What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
line it up. And he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro.
Oh God, bro.
Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. You know what I mean? Put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face. We can talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother on here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape, but I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not gonna get nowhere lying because that's what's gonna make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, Famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. We say PMF ain't always
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love you. Tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Family, but y'all ain't find y'all
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. By your own genealogy.
From Africa, but they would be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Peace to everybody. It's your boy Sean P. And the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend. We live. That went down wrong. Man, I was laughing at something and got choked. Anyway, what up, Chris? What up, Kenan? What up, Willie? What up, fathead ass Mika No Sudo in the building, Donnie, Ramon, Miss Pretty K. Not a coincidence. Everybody catching a replay, or will be catching a replay. Peace to everybody out there. Man, make sure y'all like the show, share the show. I'm gonna react to YK the Truth and Smoke Signal debate. What up, Be Active? It's a reason why I'm doing this, and I need to make myself clear in this reaction and just clearly show y'all what up, Thurman, what's good, what's really going on in the world. So I'm gonna share my screen. And I'm not gonna go too far with this. I just have some stuff I need to get out. But hopefully y'all can see my screen. And if you've seen this already, then you should know better. But here we go. Smoke Signal up first.
All right, let's get it. Your screen is now on the screen, so we're waiting on for you. You locked and loaded.
The copper-colored race.
Let me pause real quick. So this is a debate against YK the Truth, and it's about the copper color races in America. So what's the first thing that you notice in a debate setting that is a problem? What's the first thing you notice? Be honest. What is the very first thing that you notice? It don't even take a lot of you just look. What's the first thing you notice? Excuse me. Smoke Signal's up first. This is the debate, and he pulls up an article. And so he's going to begin to read from this article. But if you look at right up here at the website, it tells you where he got the shit from that he's about to read. He's in the middle of a debate with YK the Truth. And he pulls up this Google article. Everybody can find it. But it's the website's name. Just look at it. This article was written in February 2022. February 5th, 2022. The only way you can read the article now is if you sign up to read the article per the website that it's on. And no, there's no sources. There's no sources. So you see it on the screen right there. The debate is the name of the debate. Look, who were the true copper-colored people of America? There's only one way that you're going to be able to argue this intelligently. So we're about to hear it. Let's go.
Can y'all see this in the chat? Do I need to enlarge it? I'll enlarge it just in case.
Yeah, 10-minute round is starting now.
All right. The copper-colored race, February the 5th. We aren't black. Why aren't black Indians part of Black History Month? Written by Lamont Jack Hurley. Anybody concerned about this particular author can look him up. He's Googleable. You can find out all about his accreditation. Black History Month, also known as African American History Month, was the brainchild of Carter G. Woodson, an author, journalist, and historian in 1925. Looking to bring attention to the contributions of African Americans in a non-black dominated American system, Woodson launched the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, also known as the ASNLH, which quickly led to the conception and bringing forth of Negro History Week in 1926, galvanizing the energies and excitement of black teachers, activists, and organizations, as well as white progressives and philanthropists. Black History Month, in the course of 50 years, grew from a one-week celebration to a nationwide week celebration, all the way to grow from a one-week celebration to a nationwide week celebration, all the way to a full-month extravaganza encouraged by President Gerald R. Ford in 1976. Since then, it's been a call for politicians to connect with the African American community, used to make black students of all ages and grade levels feel included within the school system, and presented as the 1 month out of the year to celebrate, honor, and study Black America. It's a time where the nation reflects on the one-time battered slave who by some means learned to read and swindle their way into the good grace of the elite white power structure. It's also the month every ethnicity and nationality remembers Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, and the few other documented black heroes that made it into the mainstream textbooks. However, there is a group of black folk that truly would be considered Black American or even American Black that is rarely mentioned in the celebration of Black History Month. They are called the copper-colored people. I like this dude already. According to the American Dictionary of English, also referred to as Webster's Dictionary 1828, the Native American, also called Indians, were, as described, American. Now, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. The latter part of that definition is telling, however. We're discussing the copper-colored people.
Get this exceptional.
So y'all a good illustration of his opinion of the copper-colored people. So who are the copper-colored people? And why are they important? There are documentaries and literature that makes the claim Black Indians are the offsprings of Africans and natives intermingling. However, there is evidence that the term copper-colored is equivalent to Negro or Black as well as brown, and that these copper-colored or Black people are the original occupants of this land, hence the definition above. For me, knowing that my family story so far begins in Mississippi and Louisiana, as well as having confirmation that my mother's parents are of Choctaw bloodline, inspires me to raise the question of Black Indians partaking in the annual Black History Month festivities. It also raises the question of who the blues people of the Delta are. Y'all take note of that, blues people of the Delta. Furthermore, being a dark-skinned man, my mother a dark-skinned woman, and my grandfather likewise a dark complexion, I still have to ask, why aren't Black Indians more present in this celebration, or are they? Before we can address that, I believe a more pivotal conflict would be the description of Black Indians. Again, if we take the Webster's Dictionary of 1828 as a fact, it clearly states who is and how the Aboriginal of this land looked. But when you read and research documents of academics and historians, Black Indians are described as mixed or essentially African converts. November 30, 2010, NPR's The Show Tell Me More conducted a month-long series that observed National Native American Heritage Month. This particular episode struck me based on its description, Tell Me More. Concludes its observance of National Native American History Month with a look at the struggle of some African Americans for acceptance by those whom they consider kin. Usually, I love to listen to NPR's audio podcast, but this time I needed to read the transcripts. I had to see in black and white what were their thoughts, beliefs, and supposed facts presented by the host and guests of this show. The show host, Michael Moore, spoke with guest William Katz, author of Black Indians, A Hidden Heritage, the Shonda Buchanan, an English professor who is of North Carolina and Mississippi, Choctaw and Indian ancestry. The show description further explained that they look to explore shared Black and Native American heritage. William Katz's book, Black
4 minutes and 20 seconds. 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right. A Hidden Heritage raises the case that runaway African slaves in America's initial place of asylum, so to speak, was to flee to native reservations. There, the African slave, male or female, would be welcomed and build relationships that lead to interracial marriages and acceptance by the tribes. This is how he describes the origins of the Black Indians, or the connection between African Americans with natives. The interview begins like this. So, Mr. Katz, will you start with us and just tell us how the relationship between African Americans and Native Americans began? Well, said Mr. Katz, it began with the earliest colonial period. Soon after Columbus arrived, Africans were brought in. And so you have a pattern of Native Americans taking in African Americans, and the two people mixing and forming a kind of united front against the forces that were bringing slavery and colonialism to the Americas. So this has a long history. Let me hit this water real quick. This conversation sets up a false narrative that Indians weren't Black to begin with. The language used in the description of the people infers the Indian and the African having different hues. That means different skin tone. The use of political terms like African American mixing with Native Indians gives a sense that the natives weren't Black until they began to mix with Africans and their descendants. The way it's presented is false. However, the natives indeed helped those in bondage.
EVE Online is a vast...
Some question, why would it be important to make this distinction between political names or even the actual color of the original American? I counter by explaining, if you were always told Indians look like the betrayal in the movies and just accepted that without questioning it, then you would never find a red flag in Mr. Katz's description of the Black Indian, nor would you be so inclined to investigate if there and what was the relationship between African Americans and natives. Furthermore, which is the elephant in the room, one wouldn't venture to investigate why most people who categorize themselves as African American are in fact descendants of Black Indians. To honestly and earnestly celebrate Black History Month, we should know, or at least want to know, who a great percentage of Black people are, let alone where they descend. Many documented facts back up my claim. 1, you can ask Black Indians. 2, you can look up William Byrd. William Byrd was a white man of the Virginia colony. He and others of the Colonial Council and the Commonwealth of Virginia committed colonial encroachment, economic suffrage, and violations of their treaties with the natives. If you read his report from his visit to the Sharonanahaka Nottoway Indian tribe of Southampton County, Virginia in 1728, called the William Byrd Papers, you'll find some interesting facts. He states the young men danced to the beat of a gourd drum, stretched tight with their skin. The women wore blue and red matched coats with their hair braided with blue and white beads. He also states about the women he sees. These dark angels will make exceptional wives for the English planters. Their dark skin would bleach out in 2 generations. In an interview with WHRO public media program called Another View, Chief Walt Red Hawk Brown of the Cherahuniki-Hawker Nottoway Indian tribe states, first Americans was a rich brown people. They were mahogany in color. How much time I got left? Even with that being said, it's still
20 seconds.
20 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. Even with that being said, it still may be a far stretch to say majority, if not all, African Americans are descendants of Black Indians and not Africans converts or the children of Africans and natives mixing. That's why Walter Ashby Plecker comes into play. Plecker ran Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics, which was established in 1912. Plecker, a practicing eugenicist, All right.
Yo, I gotta say that was a fire round. We got YK coming in for his 5-minute introduction and his 5-minute rebuttal. So he'll have a total of 20 minutes for this up and coming round. Shout out to Smoke Signal, fire shit. YK, let's get busy. You know what I'm saying? Let's get busy. Hey, fire round. Y'all drop them fire emojis if y'all thought there was a fire round. Better get into the top of the YK.
I'm about to share my screen right now.
Let's get it.
That was not a fire round, bro. Can you see my screen?
You on the screen, locked and loaded.
All right. Now, the name of this debate is who are the copper-colored people of America? So far, Smoke Signal went to the first source he found on Google. You know, I ran past that. And the first source, he cherry-picked the hell out of it. And he actually bodied himself. Now, let me share my screen real quick. He actually bodied himself real quick. You see this? Hold on. I got the book right here in my hand. It's called Black Indians, right? Now, peep this. Hold on. You see this book right here? You see this book right here? This is called Black Indians. This is the book he was talking about, right? And in this book, it clearly said that Black people are from Africa. So my question would be, Smoke, why are you quoting a book that goes against what you believe, right? It clearly goes against what you believe. Let me give you an example. It says right here, in 1732, Spain sent out 250 soldiers, including 150 men conscripted from Indians and African slaves. So your own source is pretty much saying that natives are Black people mixed with Indians, bro. So you got to hold that L. Now, let me get back to your source real quick, right? Now, it says, I'm gonna share my screen again. I don't know why you would share that source, brother. I don't know why you would do that. Now, it says right here.
Sometimes life can be a little messy. But with next-gen Nuvella Performance Fabric at Ashley, we've got your whole home covered. So you can get back to what you love, messes and all.
When you can breathe better, what isn't better? Dupixent continuously works to help prevent asthma attacks. So girls' days are better. Game days are better. Even Mondays are better. Dupixent's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. It's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent helps people with asthma achieve better breathing that lasts. Some people felt their asthma symptoms improve in as little as 3 days. And isn't that better? Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away of signs of inflamed blood vessels like rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, brown or dark-colored urine, tingling or numbness in limbs. Tell your doctor of new or worsening skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Do more with less asthma. Ask your doctor about Dupixent, the most prescribed biologic in asthma.
Let's get to it. Now, this source is written by Lamont Jank Purley. I don't know who the hell he is. I don't know his credentials. He could be some Joe Blow that's in the basement, bro. I don't know. Is he a historian? Who is he? You can't go to the first article on YouTube, on Google, and think you're doing something, right? Now it says, American, a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by Europeans. Now, I want y'all to remember that.
Because if they were found here by Europeans, don't get upset when YK the Truth used those Europeans to describe who those people were. You know the same thing that Smoke Signal did when he said, many documented facts backed up my claim. Who was the first person? Was it a black man? Was it a copper-colored person? No, it was a white man, and his name was William Byrd. So when I go into my PowerPoint presentation, don't say anything about YK the Truth using a white man when Smoke went to the white man before I did. Now, let me get to my presentation. All right? I'm about to bury you, bro. Now let's get it. Can you see my screen, AP?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Now,
15 minutes left too. You perfect.
Right, that's
right?
perfect. That's perfect. Now, this is the American Dictionary. It says American, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. Now, as you can recall, Smoke Signal, own source, said that they were Negroes, right? He said they were Negroes. Those people were Negroes. Now, let's go to the same American Webster Dictionary and see what a Negro is. It clearly says Negro, a native or descendant of the black race of men in Africa. The word is never applied to tawny or olive-colored inhabitants of the northern coast of Africa, but to the more southern race of men who are quite black, right? Now, this is cherry picking going wrong. This is Smoke Source again, right? And Mr. Cat said, well, it began with the earliest colonial period. Soon after Columbus arrived, Africans were brought in. I thought Africans wasn't brought to America. I thought the slave trade was a hoax. So why would Smoke Signal go and get a source that says otherwise? Checkmate, you gotta hold that L. AP said, y'all judge this debate unbiased. Not about what you know, but about what's being presented. And clearly, Smoke presented a source that goes against what you guys believe. Are you going to have any integrity, or are you going to do what Aboriginals do? Right? And so you have a pattern of Native Americans taking in African Americans. This is what the historians is saying. The guy who wrote this article is not the historian. The historian is William Loren Katz, the one that's being interviewed, not Martin. This is why he's interviewing that person. And that person clearly said, two people mixing and forming a kind of united front against slavery and colonialism. So why would Smoke go and use that source? Why would he do it? Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. All right, cool. Now, the white man lies. You can't trust anything they say. A few seconds later, European explorers said they saw blacks in America when they got here. This is what I call a certificate of hypocrisy. Here it goes, Smoke. That's for you. Because the white man lies, but yet you just brought up a source that quoted William Byrd. So you got to hold that. Now let's go. I'm not going to spend my whole first round on one biased source. You lost that round, bro. You got to do better. Now, this is from another source. It said when a Columbus and the other discoverers first visited the different countries of America, which lie within the torrid zone, they naturally expected to find people of the same, they naturally expected to find the complexion with those in the corresponding regions of the other hemisphere. To their amazement, however, they discovered that America contained no Negroes. America contained no Negroes. All right? So you got to hold that L right there. Now let's talk about another source. Why does this shit keep skipping, bro? It says, their complexion is of a reddish brown, nearly resembling the color of copper. The hair of their heads is always black, long, and coarse, and uncurled. Uncurled. They have no beard, and every part of their body is perfectly smooth. That is not you. Now, we're going to go to, this is a folklore. Now, for everybody that's going to say
10 minutes and 20 seconds. 10 minutes and 20.
Now, for everybody that's going to say, well, YK, that's just a folklore, right? Well, that's where Smoke got his first source from. It's called African American folklorists. If you don't believe me, go back. So don't say, YK, why you coming with a folklore when folklores are real? They are based on people's culture and stories. All right. Now look at this folklore. It says this, and the name of this folklore is Before the White Man Came to Martha's Vineyard. This is the mother of the kinky-haired Indians. Now it says, he gave her presents and sent her back with the man who had brought her to the place. They went up the stairs, and when they had come to the place where she had left her basket, the man took away her presents and ran his hands through her long hair till it was kinky as his own. When she had finished her story, the chief commanded them to cast her out. He prophesied that another race would come who would resemble this woman. He said that they would mix with Indians and that this squad would be the ancestor of the kinky-haired Indians. Now, if you think that that prophecy is a bullshit, let's go and cross-reference old smoke signal source again, right? It said, and also have a pattern of Native Americans taking in African Americans. So clearly that prophecy was true. Not according to YK source alone. I also used smoke signal source, right? Now, Abos, and I'm not going to say Abos because I know a lot of y'all in here. Let me show some respect today. Aboriginals, they love to take the swarthy, but not the hair of the horses, right? Now, it says, the inhabitants have their hairs black as jet, harsh like horse hair. They are broad-shouldered, small-waisted, brown eyes. This man is swarthy. Look at his hair. His hair looks like that of a horse. And this is from America, 1671, being the latest and most accurate description of the New World. So you got to hold that L, right? Now, when we look at horsehair, does this sister have horsehair? No, she don't. Does this copper-colored sister?
We don't see nothing. You still showing the same screen. You showing one screen. There you go.
All right. Did y'all see my other sources though?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All right. This shit been acting up, bro. Let me know if
But do
you see it now? All right. So this sister right here, her hair is kinky. The copper-colored sister right here, she clearly has horsehair. So what I gotta do is make sure that I'm sharing it. Let me go to. All right. So now I see I'm sharing it. My bad, y'all. My PowerPoint been acting up. Now this is from the history of the American Indians, 1775. You see how I'm actually going to the source and not going to a Google search? That's what you call intellectual laziness. Why do y'all accept that? You guys are paying money for these debates, man. We got to do better. Let me get to the source. It says the Indians are of a copper or red clay color, and they delight in everything. When they imagine, they promote and increase it accordingly. Now let's go down. It says, if we consider the common laws of nature and providence, we shall not be surprised that at this custom, for everything love bets its own likeness and place in the creation. It is disposed to ridicule. If a deformed son of burning Africa was to paint the devil, he would not do it in black colors, nor delineate him with a shagged, coarse, woolly head. So clearly we know that Africans got woolly heads and American Indians have long horse hair. This is according to another source. All right? Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Here we go. Now, as you can see, one has a beard, one doesn't. It said their bodies and heads are flattish, the effect of art. Their features are regular, but their countenances fierce. Their hair long, black, lank, and as strong as that of a horse. No beards. The color of their skin a reddish brown.
Huggies Fast Absorbing Core versus 3 Ps. Will it leak? 1 P? 2 Ps?
You got to hold that L. Let's go to the next source. Make sure I'm sharing my screen. All right, here go the next source. Now, this is a painting from 1591. This is a painting by Theodore de Bry. And it says, and this is from an accurate description of the New World. It said, the inhabitants of Florida are of an olive color, tall, and without any deformity. Their skins generally painted and their bodies naked. And this is Florida Indians, by the way. So I got a description of Florida Indians, and I also got a painting that's showing what the painting says. It says that their bodies naked, only a deer skin above their middle, their hair long and black, hanging down to their hams. Ham means thighs. So you can clearly see that these women have hair hanging down to their thighs. And this is not to take a shot at our sisters. I love y'all hair. But this is not who you are. Clearly, they describing a different people. Now, this is another from the description of a New World. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen again because this shit. All right. It says, the men have been by this time. All right, let me get
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Nothing else of the remark did he find here, except great long-haired men. So they said this is what they found when they came here. Long-haired men. Straight hair. Right? The etymology of the word Negro, member of a black-skinned race of Africa, from Spanish or Portuguese, Negro, black. It says nothing about copper color, nothing at all. Let's go to the races of men. The African race has a jet black complexion, woolly hair, flat noses, prominent chins, and thick lips. This race includes the Negroes of Africa. Why doesn't it say the Negroes of America? The natives of Australia, New Guinea. The Indian or American race has a copper course, straight black hair, high cheekbones, sunken eyes, and stout masculine limbs. This race includes all the Indians dispersed over the American continent, except the Esquimaux. So clearly, You're not those people. YK not saying this. Smoke signal source is saying this. This his source. Don't get mad at me. I'm just a messenger. Mr. Katz, well, it began with the earliest colonial period. Soon after Columbus arrived, Africans were brought in. And so you have a pattern of Native Americans taking in African Americans and two people mixing. So clearly, Native Americans and Indians are not the same. So you got to hold that L, bro. And I'm going to render the rest of my time because we only got 10 minutes. So how much time I got left, AP?
45 seconds.
45 seconds. Well, I'm going to read this real quick. It says, in people of African descent, hair tends to grow around 0.2 inches per month, whereas Asian people hair often grows much faster, 0.8 inch per month. And you know that Native American Indians have Asian genes, so it makes perfect sense why their hair is much longer than ours. So that's backed up by science. With that being said, I render the floor.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words
I'm glad not a coincidence texted me and said no sound. I had my mic muted. So I wanted to stop the debate real quick and deal with Bloombox image. This image is of the 5 races. These are the 5 races. Which image would be considered the copper color race, according to Bloombox map? Anybody got an idea? Appreciate that, not a coincidence. So that's one thing that I want to add to the floor. According to Bloomberg, who would be considered in his description the copper color, race. And as you can see, the debate differential is night and day between Smoke Signal and YK the Truth. It's clearly one's teaching, the other one is attempting to learn, per se. So I want to come real quickly also to this book. You know, the one they like to use, History of the Color Race in America, by William T. Alexander. Remember, I'm going to stay in their era, their comfort zone in the 1800s. Ancient and Modern Life in Africa. That's in chapter 1. Chapter 1 of this book. It says the human race is known to consist of different nations displaying considerable differences of external form and color, and speaking in general different languages. This has been the case since the commencement of the written record. It is also ascertained that the external peculiarities of particular nations do not rapidly change. There is rather a tendency to a persistency of a type in all the lines of descent, such that a subordinate admixture of various types is usually obliterated in a few generations. Numerous as the varieties are, they have all been found classified under 5 leading ones. Remember, I just showed you Bloombach, right? Now we're on to another author. It says the 5 leading ones are the Caucasian or Indo-European, which extends from India into Europe and northern Africa. The Mongolian, which occupies northern and eastern Asia. The Malayan, which extends from the ultra Gangetic Peninsula into the numerous islands of the South Sea and the Pacific. The Negro, chiefly confined to Africa. And then the Aboriginal American. You know, they like to use this book, so you got to be very careful. So now you got to go to the second paragraph. This is where you catch them slipping. Each of these distinguished by certain general features of so marked and kind of to give rise to supposition that they have distinct or independent origins. Of these peculiarities, color is the most conspicuous. The Caucasians are generally white. The Mongolians, yellow. The Negroes, black. And the Americans, red. The opposition of 2 of these in particular, white and black, is so striking that of them, at least it seems almost necessary to suppose separate origins. You see the problem? There's a huge problem here. Huge problem here. They clearly have separated the white people from the yellow people, from the black people, from the American red people. So here's how we continue. Of late years, however, the whole of this question has been subjected to a rigorous, hold on. Gotta switch something. Rigorous investigation, and it has been successfully shown that the human race might have had one origin from anything that could be inferred from external peculiarities. It appears from this inquiry that the color and the physiological characters are one of the more superficial and accidental nature that was at one time supposed. Skip ahead real quick. Why I'm skipping ahead? Because it don't mean nothing right here. Has no merit. But it says in Africa there are Negro nations, that is, nations of intensely black complexion, as the Wolof, the Mandinkas, and the Kafirs, whose features and the limbs are as eloquent as those of the best European nations. While we have no proof of Negro races becoming white in the course of generations, the converse may be held as established. For there are Arab and Jewish families of ancient settlement in northern Africa who have become as black as the other inhabitants. There are also facts which seem to show the possibility of a natural transition by generation from the black to the white complexion and from the white to the black. True whites, apart from albinos, are not unfrequently born among Negroes, and a tendency to this singularity is transmitted in families. There is at least one authentic instance of a set of perfectly black children being born to an Arab couple in those ancestries no such blood had intermingled. This occurred in the Valley of Jordan, where it is remarkable that the Arab population in general have flatter features, darker skins, and coarser hair than any other tribes of the same nation. I don't understand why these boys want to play these games. Here we go again, continuing. I might cite as an example such possible types the rise of the whites among the Negroes, the occurrence of the family of black children in the Valley of the Jordan, and the comparatively frequent birth of red-haired children amongst not only Mongolian and Malayan families, but amongst the Negroes. We are ignorant of the laws of variety production, but see it going on as a principle in nature. And it is obviously favorable to the supposition that all great families of men are of one stock. They're conceding in 1887 that all humans on the face of this earth come from one. They're the same. The only difference would be phenotype, something that they have yet to understand in the 1800s to a degree that we understand it today. Simple. They call the people in the Americas the red people. This is a book that they have used to argue us up and down. The color race in America might in time, other things being equal, be absorbed by the white race, especially if they were scattered evenly over the whole country. And even now, we may detect the working of this law to modify the influence of commonly of the races has wrought. The traces of common origin in all languages afforded a ground presumption for the unity of the human race, but we cannot digress. I don't even want to get into all of this because this book is going to go in some directions that's super pseudo. But there's a reason why I even brought this forward. Yeah, you see the religious bullshit, Atlantis and more. This is their source. This is material that they have tried to use to argue for them being in the Americas beforehand. And the reason that I am showing you this, and even the V-Notes and the other pseudos of the world, Yodis, all of them have used this bullshit before, is to show y'all wholeheartedly that they aren't reading these books. The Negro race is from Africa. The Negro race spread over all of Africa, and for aught we know, constituted the Aboriginal inhabitants of that country. In a very remote time, these people were driven out of Egypt, yada, 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 yada. I don't need to get into any of this. Africa, like Europe and America, evidences of commonly of different stocks. The blacks are not all black, nor all woolly haired. The Africans pass through all shades, from that of the lighter Berber, no darker than the Spaniard, to the deep black Wolof between Senegal and Gambia. The general consent of mankind points to the region of Central Asia as having been the original seat from which the human race dispersed. This is why I said it. This book is what they call outdated. But y'all use this book. So I'm trying to understand, even when y'all are using this book, citing it to be the best information to argue for your point, y'all have come to a faulty conclusion based on a psychological problem. Because even in your oldest works of bullshit, outdated shit, y'all ain't following the script. You don't have the evidence. I'm not going to go to the Code of Virginia amended in the adjournment of the General Assembly in 1930, page 26, where they define citizens and aliens, colored persons, and Indians. It's useless. This isn't my debate. But do y'all remember in the races of men? Lesson 13 in the races of men. Let's see what that say about this whole notion of who the copper colored people are. The inhabitants of this world are different in appearance according to the country they inhabited. Some are white, like the people of America. Some have a dark yellowish complexion. Some are copper colored, and some are black. They are therefore divided into 5 classes according to their appearance. These classes are the European, the Asiatic, the African, the American, and the Malayan. Of all the people in Europe, excepting the Lapland and Finland, belong to the European race. The people in the western part of Asia, as far as the river Obi, those are in the Barbary states in Egypt and Abyssinia, also belong to the race. They have, look how they claim in Egypt in that. They have fair complexions, and their features are more regular and beautiful than those of any other class. The white people in America belong to this class and came originally from Europe. This is, however, a difference in the complexions of this race. Those natives who live in the south part of Europe are darker than those who live in the north, and those in the Barbary states in Egypt are darker than those in Europe. Here are pictures of the European and Asiatic. Boom, boom. Before the white people came over to America, it had many tribes of people in it. Some of these tribes still remain in the United States and in the countries north of it and South America. These form what are called the American race. They have a copper colored skin, long black hair, small dark eyes, very thick lips, and broad noses. If you look on a map of Asia, you will see a country called Malaya. And notice the island around it. This country and all of these islands, together with Australia and Polynesia, are inhabited by the Malay race. These people are different from the American. These people are different from the American in having a brown instead of a copper color skin, and in having soft curly black hair instead of straight and coarse hair. You see that? The American got straight and coarse hair. The Negroes in Mali, they got curly black hair. Many of Mali race are handsome, for our complexion often is not darker than some of the darkest ones in our country. The African race have black woolly hair and black skin. They live principally in the middle parts of Africa. Here are pictures of an African and an American. All the rest of the countries of Asia are inhabited by the Asiatic race. These people have dusky yellowish skins of the color of dried orange peel, and sometimes are a tawny white. They have coarse, straight black hair and small black eyes. The people in Lapland and Greenland also belong to this race. It continues to go on. You ain't got to worry about me. Everything in this you've seen not only on this channel, but also YK the True Fan, not a coincidence channel. We don't sugarcoat, hide, or run from anything. My point in even showing you any of this is because there is a clear distinction among what these people are seeing and how they are labeling the differences between these classifications of people. I'm going to let this second round go, and then I'm going to come back to this article. The first man was red. Cherokee responses to the debate over Indian origins. Yeah, the Abos definitely do not read. They definitely do not read. It's crazy how they don't read, bro. They don't, and when they do read, they can't comprehend.
All right, man. Fire ass round from YK, man. Gotta say that was a fire ass round, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Smoke signal, you're locked and loaded. Time is ready to go. Whenever you're ready to speak, your time to start.
Yeah, you can go and start it. So my only rebuttal would be when it comes to Mr. Pearlie, who their first source was I introduced, I don't know him either, brother. He like you said, he could be any old body, right? He can be a white dude in a wheelchair, as far as I know. But I can say this much.
How the hell you in the middle of a debate? You in the middle of a debate, and you get this motherfucker to admit that he don't know nothing about the source that he used, his first source, so he really can't say. Just listen to him. Listen to him. Concede.
We share some of the same sentiments when it comes to this misidentifying social construct when it comes to the American Negro. And I'm saying it deserves some investigation. All right. And I would also add that
you were supposed to do the investigation before you even presented the information, therefore not making you look like an entirely dumbass in the middle of a debate where you're supposed to be proving who are the copper-colored people in America. It's fucking stupid. It's stupid. You're in the middle of a fucking debate and you over here conceding to a point, and then you ain't even got nothing to back your ass up. Let's just let it go.
I would also add that any search engine that you visit and you type in anything regarding copper-colored people, this would be the first source that pops up. So you're not arguing with Smoke on this source, brother. You're arguing with the search engine. With that being said, share my screen. Let me
see, and then he admits that if you get something in the algorithm and it's the first thing to pop up, then you need to be arguing with the algorithm and not Smoke. You are in a debate. You're using this information to argue your stupid ass. Let me be quiet. Let me press play.
Lord, this for y'all. These are all standard sources, bro. So I don't know why you want to argue with me about them. We're going to get into it anyway. From primary geography for children on an improved plan. Catherine and Harry Beecher. The inhabitants of this world are different in their appearance according to the country they inhabit. Some are white, like the people of America. Some have a dark yellowish complexion. Some are copper colored, and some are black. They are therefore divided into 5 classes. I haven't seen the black ones yet. According to their appearance, these classes are the European, the Asiatic, the African, the American, and the Malayan. We're gonna pay especially close attention to just the American. Because we're dealing with America today, y'all. Y'all can go back and read this material on your own accord. Before the white people came over to America, it had many tribes of people in it. Some of these tribes still remain in the United States and in the countries.
Pause. Do y'all see where he starts and where I started from that same source? I started from the beginning of the chapter and read all the way down to where he goes, and then he starts to do this. But this is the disingenuous behavior. Hold up. Y'all can't see it, can you? Yeah, you can. This is the disingenuous behavior of a person like Smoke. Right? They all do this. Same bullshit. Over and over and over. I don't even know why Ron is in my chat right now. But it's just stupid. Look at him. He won't even read it. Cherry picking.
North of it and in South America. These form what are called the American race. They have a copper-colored skin, long black hair, small dark eyes, and very thick lips and broad noses. That's it for that.
See, he don't give you no other description.
What if I told you this dish was actually healthy? Let's be real. Factor's menu is way healthier than the competition. Their chefs actually know what they're doing. Every meal is balanced and built to support my goals. I need a
YK, I'm gonna need you to help me find these people in America today. Since you saying them not us. Help me out. Help a brother out, bro.
In the middle of a debate, look at this shit. In the middle of a fucking debate, the man goes to go Google. You cannot make this up. Unbiased sports is not an abo. Unbiased sports, however, is super pseudo. But that's another conversation for another day. But he could just be riding his little FBA wave because he needs some traction on his channel. I know they do wrong.
Help me out, bro. Let me enlarge this for y'all. Please help me find these people, YK, because they seem to have up in this motherfucking period. Oh, excuse me for the language. Believe in yourself. A profile of Lena Horne. In a curious way, the day in 1917, when Lena Horne was born, foreshadowed her whole childhood. Her father, Teddy Horne, was a gambling, her father, Teddy Horne, was away gambling, trying, he said, to make money to pay the hospital bill. Lena emerged, follow me, y'all. Lena emerged in copper brown color, much darker than her mother, who'd been taken for white by the nurses. That's the mother, of course, not Lena. So the nurses had a brown baby on their hands, shocked and titillated. They showed Lena off all around the ward, only belatedly returning her to her exhausted mother. And for years after, Lena didn't have much time with either parent as she would have liked. Let's get into Lena's ethnicity, y'all. Let's see what this emerging copper brown colored skin woman, how do they identify her socially, politically, ethnically? Let's just see here. As far as I know, the copper colored people is what the Europeans discovered. Okay, so Lena had an early life, not unlike those of many poor black kids. All right, 10 minutes, okay. So Lena had an early life, not unlike those of many poor black kids that follow her in Bed-Stuy. A copper-colored black kid? Interesting. A father mixed up in gambling who deserted the family, an overwhelmed mother who farmed Lena out to the grandparents, and some anger and confusion about all that. But Lena's life was also quite different from that of poor African Americans who follow in the neighborhood. African American, black, copper colored. A picture is starting to develop here. For one thing, Bedford Stuyvesant in the 1920s was respectable. Her father was in the numbers, but as a kingpin, her family had deep roots in the upper middle class black community here. So it's undeniable what category this copper-colored brown woman falls into. They were part of the educated, self-improving group of black folks that W.E. Du Bois called the talented 10th. Lena was bright, and she knew it. That's all I need out of them. Lena Horne, the immortal, legendary Lena Horne. Bra sign off in the room. Let's go with this one. See what we got here.
Why pay over $2,000 to create an ebook when this $27 AI does it all? Designer writes, designs, and formats your entire...
We looking for some old copper colored people, y'all. We looking for some old copper colored people in the continental landmass known as the Americas today. Let's see what we got here. See if I can blow this up for y'all some more. That should do it. Okay, broadside offering reward for runaway slaves. Mind you, ran away from the subscriber residing in Mississippi County, Missouri on Monday, the 5th. INST, I don't really know what they're referring to. Negro man named George. Said Negro is 5 feet, 10 inches high, of dark complexion. He plays well on the violin and several other instruments. He is a shrewd, small fellow and a very affable countenance, and is 25 years of age. If said Negro is taken and confined in St. Louis jail or brought to this county so that I get him, the above reward of $1,000 will be promptly paid. That was by John Means. Also, from Radford, East Stanley, a Negro man, slave named Noah. Full, 6 feet high, black complexion, full eyes, free spoken, and intelligent, will weigh about 180 pounds, 32 years old. Had with him 2 or 3 suits of clothes, white hat, short blue blanket coat, a pair of saddlebags, a pocket compass, and supposed to have $350 or $400 with him. Also, a Negro man named Hemp. What up, Hemp? Man, you better get your tail on back there where I know where you come from, boy. You making it hard on all the rest of us, boy. Of a dark copper color. Wait a minute. A Negro man named Hemp of a dark copper color? Man, tell me this ain't so. Somebody must have got the description wrong. Let us continue. Of a dark copper color, big, thick lips, about 6 feet high, weighs about 175 pounds, 36 years old, with a scar in the forehead from a kick of a horse, had a lump on one of his wrists and is left-handed, had with him 2 suits of clothes, 1 caftanette or cloth coat, and gray pants. Also, Negro man slave named Bob. Bob, what the hell is wrong with you and him? Well, y'all better scary y'all tail on back where you comes from now, fellas. Copper color. Hold up, is this a Negro again? Also, Negro man slave named Bob. Copper color. Why are you describing these Negroes as copper color? YK, help me out, bro. Somebody got the story wrong. Copper color, high cheekbones, 5'11" high, weighs about 150 pounds, 32 years old, very white teeth, and a space between the center of the upper teeth. Had a blue blanket sack coat with red stripe, linsey lining, supposed to have 2 suits of clothes with him, is a little lame in one ankle. Bob, you running with the limp, bro? Cut it out. $1,000 will be given for George, $600 for Noah, $450 for him, $450 for Bob if caught in a free state, or a reasonable compensation if caught in a slave state, if delivered to the subscribers in Mississippi County, Missouri, or confined in jail in St. Louis, so that we get to refer to them. St. Louis, August 23rd, 1852. Please.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
4 minutes, okay. Let me get into some more shit then. Where these copper colored Negroes coming from? Copper colored Negroes? I thought they was black. Black and African. The hell? The hell's going on? The story of Notre Dame. Sketches from North America. Descriptions of nature and religious, political, and social life in letters of a Catholic missionary. Augsburg, 1845. Printed and published by the D. Schmid Bookstore. Forward. I ain't got time to get into the forward, y'all. I gotta get to the gist of it. My time is short. Y'all can check this out. That's why I gave y'all the title.
Our three kids are so different from each other academically. I didn't know how to help all of them at the same time.
I'm a public.
An Indian baptism. I can't even read all this. I'm sorry. Y'all get the gist, though. Talking about Indians here, bro. Let's see what these Indians is talking about. You don't mind, do I can't talk a little bit about Indians? We'll get back to the copper-colored people in just a minute there, sir. All right. The baptismal water is ready. The white child of the red skin, rests in the arms of its godfather. After their birth, the children of the red copper-colored Indian, like those of a black Negro, look white for a while. They receive the skin color of their parents later. Just thought that was a very interesting insert, how these copper-colored Indians can only be compared to the black Negro, as if though we don't have any more demographics of people on the earth by which the copper-colored Indians can be compared to. It seems like a genetic trait. If you ask me, Mr. YK, why are only the copper-colored and the Negroes sharing these genetic traits, such as their children needing to color as they grow? Into their natural habitats or environments. Just an interesting thought. You make what you want to make out of it, brother. That's what I got out of it. All right, let me blow this up for y'all. Let me enlarge this. So y'all know where this coming from. William and Mary, chartered 1693. Dissertations, thesis, and master's projects. The diasporic world of the Great Dismal Swamp, 1630 through 1860. Daniel O. Sayers, College of William and Mary, Arts and Sciences. How much time I got left?
20 seconds. Oh, 18 seconds.
All right, I ain't gonna bet it. Okay, I'll grace that 20 seconds to YK. I'll let him rebut.
All right, let's get right into it.
I'm bring this source back up in my next round.
Everybody. In the building, man. We about to get into YK second round. Let's get right into it, y'all. YK, let's get ready to get your shit pulled up on the screen. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's get it. Welcome to the Welcome to the Bat League. This is the Aboriginal Power Debate. Sorry about that. Shout out to everybody in the building. YK, you ready? Second round. YK, second round. Y'all ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's get it. Let's get it. You on the screen.
You see my screen up?
Yep, you locked and loaded.
See, I'm gonna take advantage of my rebuttals. You know what I mean? Now, he brought up Lena Horne, right? As being copper colored. But Lena Horne was mixed. Horne was born in Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn. New York City, reported to be descendant from John C. Calhoun family. Both sides of her family were mixed African-American, European-American, and Native American descent, all right? So I don't know why he would bring up her, but you got to hold that down. Then he ran to the Negroes that he said were copper colored. Now, one thing y'all got to hold today, bro, A1, I know you watching this, he just showing that, you know, y'all were slaves, bro. So you got to hold that L. But I got one source that's going to debunk all of those claims about Negroes being copper colored. You ready? Here it goes. All right? Because just because they got the skin color don't mean they're the same. Let's get it. And it says right here, let me blow it up. This is the California Indians. It says they were of medium stature, awkwardly shaped, with scrawny limbs. They had dull faces with fat and round noses and looked much like Negroes. But this is where y'all gonna have to hold that L all the time. Much like Negroes, only their hair straight. See, the name of this debate originally was, who were the copper-colored people that the Europeans found when they got here? But we couldn't put that in the title. So you was able to throw that little bullshit in with Negroes being, with Negroes being copper-colored. But those are not the Indians that they're describing, American Indians. You just showed me Negroes. So you gotta hold that L. Now let's go to the races of men. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. You would have had a chance if they didn't have straight hair. And it says the third branch of Mongoloid family is made up of the American Indians. This is who we talking about. We're not talking about Negroes. We're talking about American Indians, right? We used to think that the American Indians were a race by themselves, but we believe now that, like the Malaysians, they are part of the great Mongoloid race. They have bronze or reddish skin and are often very tall. Their faces are broad and their noses often quite large. They have high cheekbone. They have big cheekbones. Their eyes are dark and their hair straight and black. Straight. Finally, there's the Negroid of or black race. Means Negro-like or Negro-black. What do the Negroes have? First, in this group, we have the Negroes themselves, of whom there are millions in Africa. There are also many of them in the United States. The Negroes have, the Negroes have kinky or woolly hair. Their heads are large. Their nose is broad or flat, and their skin is very dark. Remember, you put up the word dark copper. Checkmate. It didn't say reddish brown. It said dark. So you was able to slip that in there, but you failed. That's what a Negro is, right? Now, this is from the Anti-Asian Racism and Public Health. It said the hair of the Kafir, is Africa, whether it belongs to male or female, never becomes long, but envelops the head in a close cup. Can y'all see my screen, bro?
This river weren't built overnight. Like every American achievement, they are.
All right. The lips are always large. The mouth wide and the nose has very wide nostrils. These peculiarities the Kafir has in common with the Negro, and it is now then happens that an individual has these three features so strongly marked that he might be mistaken for a Negro, right? Now, everybody always say, regurgitate. You know, why can't he gonna get up there in my Philly OG voice? He gonna regurgitate. Anybody can regurgitate. But what does it mean to regurgitate? It means to give back or repeat. It's especially something that's not fully understood or assimilated. To regurgitate means it's not fully understood. I understand that our hair is different than those indigenous to the Americas. Now let's prove that the hair is not the same. Therefore, we can't be those people. If Black people had Indian hair, the Koreans would have never made billions off of Black people, period. There comes a time where you have to think and be smart. Koreans get rich from our low self-esteem. No wonder why we would rather be Indians. We don't like our features. Koreans own more than 70% of 10,000 beauty supplies. All right, so they're getting rich off of our low self-esteem. Now, this is from an account of the European settlers in 1758. Their bodies and head are flattish, the effect of art. Their features are regular, but their countenance fierce. Their hair long, black, lank, as strong as that of a horse, no beards. All throughout history, it's letting us know that these people had straight black hair. All right, I can go on and on and on. It says their hair is brownish, black, neither uniformly straight like that of the American Indians, nor uniformly curling as among the Negroes of Africa. So it's always making it clear. It's saying general. So it's general for the American Indians to have long, straight hair. What does general means? It means affecting the whole. It means all. It's more common. Lank. What does lank means? Not filled, slender, thin. It says without spring or without curls. What does the Negro have? They say the natives have in general lank hair. Some were white with red, some mulattoes with curled hair, and some woolly like Negroes. But we're talking about generally. Now let's go to James Brown. How does Granny know we's Indian when she was indoctrinated in school? Checkmate. James Brown said, I'm black and I'm proud, not I'm copper and I'm proud. And this is James Brown's census, and he was a Negro, black. And it also says his mother was a Negro and his father was a Negro. Make sure I'm sharing my screen. Now, if our skin was so copper, why did our ancestors bleach their skin and straighten their hair? I know you don't want to hear this, but this is the truth. Many of our ancestors suffered through self-hatred like Aboriginals. The commercial development, production, and marketing of skin.
6 minutes and 20 seconds. 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, appreciate it. The commercial development, production, and marketing of skin bleaching products began in the United States in post-Reconstruction era, as segregationist Jim Crow laws restricted the opportunities and prospects of African Americans, especially in the South, at a time when American culture was suffused with caricatures of African Americans with dark skin, vicious and kinky hair, and ape-like features. These new, cosmetic preparations promise relief from discrimination along with social advancement. Madam C.J. Walker Company encouraged buyers with this innovation. So beautiful. So basically, they got rich from our low self-esteem because we wanted to look European. We wanted to look Indian. This is clear self-hatred. All right. Now, if you want to go to a slave ad, I can go to a slave ad too. Now it says, this is a Boston ad for Mississippi runaway slave. It says a Negro man, 30 years of age, about 5 feet high, very black complexion. Very black complexion. How much time I got left? It's cool, bro. I got it.
You got 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
All right, bet. Now this is going
I can't see your script, bro. Why don't you blow that up a little bit? Let me read along with you.
Can you see that?
Stay muted. Yep.
Can you see it?
No, zooming in. You have to zoom in on it.
And it's been acting up, bro. Like usually when I do that shit, it blows up. It's something wrong with my Can you pause it? Pause my time.
Yeah,
can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Because on my end, it's zoomed in. It looks, but it doesn't. I know it don't look zoomed in to y'all.
No, we don't see it. I mean, it's just like a little bitty ass bunch of letters from a book. Like,
make it a habit. A 10-minute AI routine every morning. You'll be unrecognizable by Christmas. You in?
So this is how I became the most.
No, this shit been killing me. Well, I'm gonna drop the sources. The sources is on the side in case you want to read it to yourself. And yeah, it's called John Stedman's narrative, 5-year expedition against the revolt.
I just resumed your time, just let you know.
I appreciate it. Now, so this is from John Stedman's narrative of a 5-year expedition against the revolted Negroes of the Suriname. Now it says on January 25th, a great number of Indians or natives being arrived at Paramaribo, and having now the time, I shall with great pleasure describe these people, who are the real Aborigines of this country. These generations, who are, in my opinion, the happiest creatures under the sun, divided into many castes or tribes, such as the Caribbees, the Arawaks, the Akawas, the Tawiwas, Waros, besides which there are a great many of those whose manner are unknown to us. All these Indians are in general a copper color, while the Negroes of Africa that live under the same degree of latitude are perfectly black, in which, however, inconceivable at first, is easily accounted for when considering that first is the American Indian in Guyana are constantly refreshed by the cooling sea breeze or easterly winds that blows between the tropics, and that those who dwell in terra firma in Peru on the west coast enjoys that same easy breeze. So in this article right here, this book, it's making a clear description of who's the Negro and who's the American Indian. And it says that the Negro are black and the Indian is copper color. So we already know that they are not the same. Indian and Negro is not the same. Now let's go to Proudly Red and Black by Katz, the same person that you used in your first source. She said, my mother was a wild Indian and was born in Albany of copper color and with straight black hair. There she made and sold moccasins. My father, who was a Negro and a gentleman's servant, saw her and married her. So clearly, Indian and Negroes are not the same. Now let's go to the history of travel into Virginia, 1612. It said their hair is black, gross, long, and thick. The men have no beards. Bro, everybody's saying the same shit, bro. Their noses are broad, flat, and full at the end. Great big lips and wide mouths. Yet, nothing so unsightly as the Moors Africans. So that will be the Negroes. They are generally tall stature and great strength. So once again, Indians got long straight hair. Let's go to a history of the Indian Wars with the first settlers of the United States. Others perceive the certainty of an Asiatic descent in the redness of their complexion, the straightness of their hair, the want of a beard. They don't got no beard, bro. They was over there plucking the facial hairs off. The appearance of it, this is from a history of the Indian again. The appearance of the Indian is very distinguishable from that of every other people. Their faces are broad, their noses are flat, their eyes black, small, and active. Their hair is very long, coarse, straight, and black. Beating you up, man. The origin of the North American Indian. The inhabitants appeared in a single innocence of nature, entirely naked. Their hair long and uncurled, floated upon their shoulders or was bound in tresses around their heads. Nothing about kinky hair. And I land my plane.
Hey, man, fire ass round, man. Hey, drop them fire emojis in the fucking chat, man. These brothers are putting on some heat. Do your homework.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success doesn't follow a
on what these brothers are bringing to the table right now. They coming with their heat. Drop them fire emojis in the chat. We're going to one of the most important rounds of the debate, the third round. How do y'all call it going into it? 1-1, 2-0. Which way? How y'all got it, man? Let me know in the chat. We'll put the polls up at the end of the answering question round. The poll will be up for a total of 5 minutes. We're going to take a quick couple minute break. so you can use the bathroom, get something to drink. We'll be right back in a couple seconds. Man, shout out to everybody in the building. Drop those fire emojis. We about to get into smoke signals. Third round, y'all. Make sure y'all drop them fire emojis in the chat. Y'all know the vibes, man. Turn it up, man. Smoke signal. You ready, bro? Get comfortable.
All's well. My audio still doing good?
Yep, you're a little choppy, but you sound good. Clear to me.
All right. Don't share my screen.
You locked and loaded.
Since he want to deviate from copper color and get into hair, I'll indulge him for just a second after I drop this last insertion of copper colored people. All right, then we'll get into your hair scenario, brother. From the YKU Library's blog. Let me see if I can enlarge this for y'all once again. So I thought we were talking about copper color here, man. What I thought. I didn't mean to run you away from the copper color topic, bro. Talk about afros and nappy heads and all that. It's cool though. By Lynn Niedermeyer, February 14, 2012, 3:21 p.m. Heartbreak knows no color. Copper romance. Last season, the PBS program History Detectives investigated the origins of a 1950s comic book called Negro Romance, unusual for its depiction of African Americans in the principal roles. Excerpts from a similar unique publication can be found in the collections of YKU's Special Collections Library. Copper Romance was a monthly magazine filled with short stories and novellas about African American characters navigating the stormy seas of love, like their white counterparts, in intimate romances, true story, and romance confessions. The women in Copper Romance offered up their romantic anguish, sexual transgressions, and relationship problems in such tales as Desperate to Marry, Too Old for Love, or I Gave My Baby Away. Shame on you, ma'am. Shame on you. Even more intriguing, however, is the fact that the author of some of these stories, including the three just mentioned, was the wife of a Russellville, Kentucky bank executive who typed out her Pulp Fiction in a pink portable typewriter at her rural Logan County home. Anne Ridings Trimble, 1909 to 1971, began writing for magazines in 1946. A prolific author, she declared that she submitted about 50 stories a year to the romance magazine market and enjoyed an acceptance rate of about 33%. A number of Nashville press and author club Trimble freely shared her productivity secrets at workshops and seminars. Her provocatively titled stories, His Horrible Secret, My Love Was a Killer, and I Was Trapped in a Snake Coat, to name a few, were typical of the genre, but her copper romances added a distinctive element to her portfolio. Y'all can do more investigation on copper romances in your own time. Just making another correlation between Negroes and copper-colored people. Anybody else, please stand up for copper color and tell these Negroes to stand down. They ruin it for y'all. These Negroes all over your copper identity. Somebody needs to stop them. YK, it might have to be you, bro. It might have to be you. Let's talk a little bit about her real quick. Since you can't.
Some nights I want a great meal that's half the price of takeout. Marie Callender's Chicken Parmigiana Bowl has 30 grams of protein with scratch-made.
Get that off your mind. Black people can't have long hair. Another myth African Americans believe when it comes to 4C and the kinkiest hair types. Long hair illustrated. Hey, sister, with the long hair, what you doing? Not only Black females have asked me if my hair is real, but Black males as well. Is that your hair? Is that all yours? No way, is that your hair? Is that weave? These are some phrases I received. Some of my own family has even asked, haha. For some odd reason, many African Americans believe it's not possible to have long hair unless you're mixed with something other than Black. Note, we're all mixed with a bunch of things, but we all have dominant genes. This is probably because people with straight and Black hair are known to have kinky and short hair that breaks off at the soonest chance. Untrue. Black people can grow long hair if they want. YK, you can grow long hair if you want to, bro. You don't have to stick with the standard the Europeans have set for you, brother. Free yourself. My mother did my hair for half of my life, and it was always long. Wait a minute, it was always long? I've worn protective style 5% of the time, but in those rare moments, I take my hair out. The length is there. Length, right? Length. You can't tell how long my actual hair is since I keep it up and twist. My hair shrinks 50%. The key to my length, though, has been the protective styling my mother set me up for success. Then it gets into the way she grooms and styles her hair. Okay. That's my excerpt on hair, brother. You can figure it out from there.
You have 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, this should be just enough time to get into an excerpt from one of my favorite sources. This is from the book called An Inquiry into the Distinctive Characteristics of the Aboriginal Races of America. I will take y'all to the front, but I'm running out of time. You can look this up at your own leisure. Aboriginal Race of America, ethnography, but I don't want to deal with the ethnography right now. Physical characteristics of the Aboriginal Races of America. For those of you who are not familiar with this, well, you're going to learn today. Let me blow this up for y'all once again. All right, I guess I'm going to have to use the computer to blow it up. All right, y'all. Let me get into it. Physical characteristics. It is an adage among travelers that he who has seen one tribe of Indians has seen all. So much do the individuals of this race resemble each other, notwithstanding their immense geographical distribution and those differences of climate which embrace the extremes of heat and cold. The half-clad Fujian, shrinking from his dreary winter, has the same characteristic lineaments, though in exaggerated degree, as the Indians of the tropical plains. And these again resemble the tribes which inhabit the region west of the Rocky Mountains, those of the Great Valley of Mississippi, and those again which skirt the Eskimo on the north. All possess alike the long, lank black hair, the brown or cinnamon-colored skin, the heavy brow, the dull and sleepy eye, the full and compressed lips, and the salient but dilated nose. These traits, moreover, are equally common to the savage and civilized nations, whether they, let me turn the page, whether they inhabit the margins of rivers and feed on fish, or rove the forest and subsist on the spoils of the chase. It cannot be questioned that the physical diversities do occur, equally singular and inexplicable, as seen in different shades of color, varying from a fur tint to a complexion almost black, and thus to under and thus too, under circumstances in which climate can have little or no influence. The climate is not influencing the skin tone, ladies and gentlemen. So also in reference to stature, the differences are remarkable in entire tribes, which moreover are geographically proximate to each other. These facts, however, are mere exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy of the Indian, which is as undeviatingly characteristic as that of the Negro. For whether we see him in the athletic cherub or the stunted Chima in the dark Californian or the fair Bora, dark Californian, or the fair Boroa, he is an Indian still and cannot be mistaken for being of any other race. Soak it all in, YK. Soak it all in. This is my excerpt from the Aboriginal Races of America. All right. How much time I got left?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. I gotta slip one in. I'm gonna have to shoot this one off the hip. Let me see. Hurling. All right, let me see if I can find what I was looking for in this sort I brought a while ago. This is a lengthy ass PDF. The Diasporic World of the Great Dismal Swamp, 1630-1860. Daniel O'Sayers, College of William and Mary. This is what I was trying to read a while ago. Hopefully I can find this description of these Indians that they encounter.
This is disappointing as hell. Hell no, he don't know he reading. This nigga stupid. He in the middle of the debate and unprepared. He ain't got no notes about nothing. He just
if you reading,
you sit here wasting.
No, I'm not reading it because I forgot what that excerpt was where they was describing the Indians. This is a long ass PDF. They murdered slave. He do a lot of talking in this junk. The description is a real brief insert. The rest of it is just describing the relationships between the various demographics that was interacting with each other at the time of colonialism. I forgot what the hell it was. I ain't gonna be able to find it. I'm gonna have to use something else. Bear with me for just a second.
This is a debate. You doing all this?
He's about to talk about some more.
Last round.
We'll talk about what it is. We'll talk about what it is to mean, what it means to have long hair for a second.
What the fuck?
Hair length, short, long hair. What length of hair is considered long? If your strands reach past your shoulders, it's considered fast. If your strands reach past your shoulders, it's considered long. You can opt for a mid-back cut or grow out to your tailbone for extra long hair. That's the standard for long hair. Okay, Will, with that being said, since I can't find that little excerpt in the PDF, I'll just drive my point home when it comes to these comparisons being made by the Negro in the Indian. It seems to be a very intricate relationship.
Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks. Like the rugged Colorado.
And for the most part, when I conduct my searches, I don't find any other groups, either moderately or in the annals of the past, that are making any attachment to being copper colored, other than what we refer to these days as the American Negro or the African American, which we know African American is a misnomer. And if anyone can point me in a direction of any other demographic that is making that claim, either in these modern times or in the annals of the past, then please do so at this time. But as far as my research goes, this copper colored description is only being applied to one demographic, and that demographic still exists here as the American Negro. If you consult with any search engine or any documentation or any historical narrative, when they speak of the darkness of the Native American, they will always imply something like intermediately dark pigmented, but never will they ever say copper colored when referring to the Native American in isolation. And that is what I cannot find. So the Native American being the copper colored races, to me, would be unlikely. Very unlikely indeed. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. With that being said, I relinquish.
You stupid motherfucker. You wasted 8 minutes of nothing in the third round. You wasted a whole first round. Second round, you wasted 80% of that round, and then you start reading descriptions from ads, which was, you still was misinterpreting that. You were unprepared. You had nothing, absolutely no first-hand accounts of the people calling themselves copper color or nothing. He had nothing. This is what I mean by how uneducated these people are who think that they've always been in America. It makes a clear distinction between ignorant, stupid, dumb, and willful ignorance. Yeah, man, this dude was, man, be active, bro. Listen, that was a waste of y'all time. I know it, y'all know it. I ain't even played YK last round. I'm finna play it in just a second. But it's just crazy. Yeah, this is definitely not AP channel. AP is not monetized. Not a coincidence said it. This is directly from YK channel. It's not AP's channel at all. It's not monetized. But this is what I mean by the level of education. Now, before YK go, I'm gonna bring this source up that I mentioned that I was gonna bring up earlier. You know, you can get access to anything that I show y'all in the description of the video. Straight like that. You know what? Let me stop. I'm gonna come back to it after YK because I don't want to change it. I want y'all to see YK do his thing and close it out.
All right, man. You have 1 minute and 8 seconds left.
I'll get it to YK. Merry Christmas.
All right, man. All right, let's get right into it, YK. Let's get into your
Damn, bro.
third round, man. Let's get it, man. So let's get it. All right, we got you on the screen, locked and loaded. Whenever you're ready, we can get your time started, bro.
You just wasted your whole third round. Sheesh. Here it goes. All right. Now he shows a magazine that's called Copper Romance, but nowhere does it say anything about an American Indian.
I'm not saying the world is stale, but I mean, I can't go to space if I wanted to today. You know, I have to study 30 years and become an astronaut, but on Roblox.
I mean, we African Americans, we Negroes. Come on, bro. You got to do better. Hold that L. Right? Now, let's look. He brought up an article about hair. Now, all my descriptions were about not only long hair, it said lanky hair. So not just long. I never said that we can't grow our hair long. I'm mentioning the kinky hair, the texture. That part you're going to have to hold this L on, because she said, my mother did my hair for half of my life, and it was always long. I've worn protective styling. It's not natural 95% of the time. But in those rare moments I take my hair out, the length is there. You can't tell how long my hair actually is since I kept it up in a twist. My hair shrinks -50%. The key to my length, though, has been the protective styling. Now let's go to number 3. She said, cold wash your hair and opt out shampoo. I only use conditioner on my hair 99.99% of the time. Dropping shampoo out of the regimen worked well for my super coily and kinky hair. Hold that L, bruh. Hold it. It ain't say my super coily or lanky hair. It's still kinky, bruh. So you gotta hold that L. Now you went to physical characteristics. See, I'm rebutting everything, bro. So if you win this, well, we already know. I'm rebutting every round. Now it says, your own source says they all possess alike the long, not just long. What else? Length. What does that mean? Does that mean kinky? No. Kinky is uncurled. You gotta hold that L. Now let's go to the next source that you had, right? Where it was talking about the Negroes. And this source right here proves that Negroes and Indians are not the same, bro, but you keep sharing it. It said these facts, however, are mere exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy, whatever, of the Indian, which is as undeviantly characteristics as that of the Negro. So it could be the color, for whether we see in the athletic Carib or the stunted Cayman, in the dark Californian. See, they showing you the description, dark. But however, he is an Indian still. So Indians and Negroes are not the same and cannot be mistaken for being any other race. Stop playing with me, man. Now, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Now, this is the source that you brought up in the beginning, right? But you know, you do with the little Abo shuffle, you cherry pick what you want out of it. But let's go back to Beaches, right? It says that the people are different from the American in having a brown instead of copper color skin, right? It says the African race has a black woolly hair and black skin. So do you look like the African or do you look like the American? Come on, man. We not stupid here. We could look in the mirror and see we got the kinky hair, right? These people are different from the American in having brown instead of a copper colored skin. Now let's keep going. Let me see if I'm sharing my All right. Now these are the North American people. This is from the races of men. This is what a North American look like. This is what a South American look like. This is what a this is Zanzibar. Bruh, come on, man. This is the Congo. I bet you if Smoke Signal put his share screen right now, he'll look like the brother in the middle. Straight out the Congo. This is Niger. What do they all have in common? They have kinky hair. Come on, man. Only a fool would think that otherwise. Now let's go to the to Negro Mania, 1851. The Missouri Indians of the male sex and height. What does it say? It says the Indians, which for want of a better approximation, we call copper. They designate that of the European. It says right here. Now let's keep going. Excuse me. It says the nature of their hair is perhaps one of the most permanent characteristics of different races. It says the hair of the Negro has been turned woolly. Checkmate. Let's keep going. Now, this lady right here owned Smoke Signal Ancestors. That's Miss Lucy Hawkins, right? Now, this is Maddie Young. This is somebody that Lucy Hawkins owned. This is one of Smoke Signal's ancestors, right? And now look, Maddie Young was a freedman. A freedman. What is a freedman? According to Article 3, the Choctaws, and this is a treaty. The Choctaws and Chickasaws.
7 minutes.
All right. The Choctaws and Chickasaws, in consideration of the sum of 300,000, hereby cede to the United States the territory west of 98° west. Now let's go. Let's get to the meat and potatoes of it. In this trust for the said nations, until the legislators of the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations, respectively, shall have made such laws, rules, and regulations as may be necessary to give all persons of African descent resident in the said nations at the date of the treaty. So you're looking at Maddie Young in her allotment of land that was given to people of African ancestry. I don't see no copper there. I don't see no copper there. Sorry. You got to hold that. Now, let's just talk about the Negroes and the Indians. Since Smoke Signal thinks in his mind that Negroes and Indians are the same because he keeps using Negroes to describe copper. So let's prove that Negroes and Indians are not the same. According to Jack D. Forbes, the Indian in America's past, an Indian man or woman may cost 18 or 20 pounds, but a good Negro is worth more than twice the sum. How if Negroes and Indians were the same, right? Let's keep going, because I got more.
At TDS, we offer more than lightning-fast internet. We're also here to ensure your business is heard.
Now, let's look at this picture right here. This is from 1898, the American Indians. And they were scalping the Apaches. These are the Apache scalps. I don't see no froze, bruh. I don't see no froze. I see, you know, when you walk down the street and you see somebody had got into a fight and somebody got their weave pulled off. That's how that shit look in the middle of the street, bro. That's you? That's how y'all shit looking? No, that's not us, bro. That's not us. All right, let's go to a voyage to the South Sea along the coast of Chile and Peru in the years 1712, 1713, 1714. Their natural color is dark, inclining to copper color, wherein they differ from the mulattoes, which proceeds from a mixture of whiteness and blackness. This color generally throughout America. Let's keep going. Now, now here we go. If we were the copper colored people, then how come white people didn't paint their faces copper? When they did minstrel shows, white people saw Negroes as black people and not copper. In the early history of the United States, blackness was associated with slavery, and slavery in turn with plantation life in the South. The details of the slave life were most likely unknown to Northerners, but the music of African slaves held great interest for many. Minstrels started appearing in the northern United States in 1820s. These men were not African or African American, rather they were white entertainers imitating the culture of the black slave. So why they didn't paint themselves copper and put it long, lanky hair? Look how he even made his hair, bro. He made his hair look kinky by rubbing it back and forth to make fun of us. So if we were copper, he would have found a better way to imitate us, right? Now, let's get it.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
This is a picture of the North American. Don't look like you. Don't look like you. It says, this is from the races of men. Can you say you are established, cease important fresh European bloods and watch the result? Labor, you cannot, hence the necessity for a black population. Your pale, wan, and sickly offspring would in half a century be non-productive. Face to face with the energetic Negro race, your color must alter first, then black. Look at Haiti with that color vanishing. Here goes some more pictures of what Negroes look like. All right. Now, if our ancestors were copper color, why, when they in these slave narratives, they weren't talking about being of copper? Now, this is a slave narrative, Dennis Sims. It said right here, it was a pretty hard and cruel life for the darkies, declared the Negro. What is a darkie? It's a word for a person who has a black or brown skin. Darkie. It says right here that they called them darkies. Now, here go a Maryland slave narrative. It said Lucy is a usual type of Negro and most probably is a descent of a less remotely removed African ancestor than the average plantation Negro. She does not appear to be of mixed blood. A good guess would be that she's a pure-blooded Senegambian. So they even got the name of a tribe. Here goes another one. The color of the Patagonians is somewhat like the figure of the Fujians, being a dark copper brown, the reddish hue coming out well of any part of the skin. Look at their hair. You would say that they have Negro features, but the hair gives it away. 1930s, for example, the U.S. Federal Census Bureau instructed its numerators to designate anyone with any degree of African blood as Negro.
Brown.
For you uncontrolled nasal polyp sufferers, Dupixent is an add-on treatment that invites you to go beyond. Dupixent goes beyond.
Brown. Fire shit, bro. Fire shit from both of you brothers, man. Y'all came with that shit. We about to get into the 15-minute question and answering round. So make sure y'all hit that like button, thumb up the video, and support the channel. All right, support the channel, man. Make sure y'all drop those fire emojis. Make sure y'all show some love to these two brothers, man, for coming and putting on a fire show for you guys. We're gonna get ready to put the polls up in the next 15 minutes. So make sure y'all hit that like button. Before we get into the answering the question round, I'm gonna allow these brothers to gather their thoughts, to recoup their questions. We'll be right back in a couple seconds. That's everybody in the building. For those that don't know, the last two songs is my little brother, man. He got some fire music out there too. I don't really play as much as his shit. But make sure y'all go follow my brother Young Honcho, man. That's Black Heart. Never fit in. He got some bangers out there, man. He got some real bangers out there. Shout out to my little brother. I see him working out there. And he was in the chat too earlier. So shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's get into the 15-minute question and answering round. Shout out to the two brothers on the panel. YK, Smoke Signal. Y'all brothers ready?
Smoke gotta get his rebuttal, right?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm sorry about that. You're absolutely right. Smoke got a 5-minute rebuttal. Smoke, let's get into your 5-minute rebuttal, brother. Your screen is ready to go.
Okay, so I don't necessarily have a rebuttal, more like a reprimand, because it was very apparent that YK was basically piggybacking off my sources to, discredit all the information or emphasis I added on to the sources, which really wasn't that tremendous. But, I have my own way of articulating things. So, yeah, it's more like a reprimand. And because the information that you brought was standard, and we know it, and I know, if don't nobody else know, that it kind of follows the narrative, right? There's no way we can admit that these original people here, these first inhabitants, were indeed what we classify today as the African American, which who were first known as Negro, then before that known as Afro American, then before that known as colored, black, the list goes on, brother. So yeah, with that being said, I like to say that you trying to piggyback on my song made you waste more time into digging into your own. I would have loved for you to show me some modern day Native Americans who embrace the term copper colored race or even copper color by any means. So I don't really find that anywhere in the society these days. All I hear is quasi
How's you in a rebuttal round and you begging the question? How is you in a rebuttal round and you behaving like this? How? Somebody explain to me, how the fuck is you in a rebuttal round and you're begging the question? This is making absolutely no sense. You had no information. You presented nothing. You're trying to sow seeds of speculation, and you stood on absolutely bullshit. Like, bro, like, what are we getting? Oh, well, Lady Natiri Ma'at. What he got me looking at this shit for? Yo, Callie, I'm looking at this. Chiefness Golden Eagle. What the fuck is this, bro? Chiefness Solar Wind. What is this? These niggas is crazy. Ain't none of these motherfuckers indigenous, bro. They don't even look close to nothing. This is a bunch of screenshots you took. I don't know where you got this crazy shit from. Let me get back to this. Let me get back to smoke.
Illusions of them being darker at one period in time, you know, and now I guess they so mixed in with the Europeans that their copper colored identity no longer applies to them, which is odd if you ask me, as if though there are no full-blooded Native Americans anymore. Because I imagine if they were still full-blooded.
The European called the Native Americans copper color people. It wasn't a Negro calling these motherfuckers this. The European called them that. So while he's sitting over here saying all of this is not even a rebuttal. And then he's worried about YK going behind his, talking about he's piggybacking off his sources. No, Negro, he's rebutting you. So he is eliminating your sources. So I don't even know if I want to do the back and forth. And the reason why I'm saying I don't know if I want to play the back and forth is because this wasn't even a debate. YK had all the information. Once again, and Smoke had zero information. It is the mere fact that he tries to argue as if he knows what the hell he's talking about, and he has no general idea of what the hell he is talking about. Yeah, one of the people name in an email that Callie sent me name was Chief Solar Wind. Like, what? Those aren't even indigenous. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people playing games, bro. They playing games. Let me now you know what, I'm gonna play it because I want y'all to see why I don't take them serious and why we cuss them out and how we continue to correct them and how easy it is to correct them.
This copper color should resonate and it should be very apparent in a phenotypical traits, but we don't find it, right? We find very pale skin, almost Asian phenotypes when we think of what a true Native American or what a Native American has come to appear as in these modern times. Yeah, but other than that, I ain't got no rebuttal. I'm just ready to question this goofy ass. Nigga, oh, my bad, because y'all got it.
All right, well, we can get right into the question and answering round right now. If you brothers ready, just give me the thumbs up and we can get right into it. So if y'all ready to get into it, let's get it. You still have a minute and 20 seconds left.
You can ask your questions, bro.
All right, let's get into it. You guys will both get a chance to ask 2 questions apiece. When we get into the last 5 minutes.
You asked me first, cause
hold on, you guys. You guys get the loud.
Yeah, you asked me first.
Hold on just a second, you guys. You guys will get the allowed to ask.
Ask your question.
I think you might be on the delay. When you get ready to ask your questions, you get 2 questions apiece. And y'all do that back and forth. When you get into the last 5 minutes, y'all can just go back and forth without particularly asking questions. Y'all be able to make statements as well. All right, so let's get into it.
So my first question would be, how come you didn't give a well-rounded description of who those people were? Meaning, you get it, the hair has to match, the color has to match. How come you didn't give a clear description of who those people were, brother?
Well, I mean, according to the definition that I was utilizing to base my argument on, right, is what the Europeans described Americans as when they first arrived here. According to the dictionary, it was very, very basic. It was Aboriginals and copper color. Right? You have to use references. You have to use other references to make a well-rounded description when it comes to that very specific description that we find in the dictionary, brother. So I use references to allude to that, and also the references I used were people admittedly observing other people or themselves as being copper colored. So that I don't know what more one could ask for, because we're dealing with copper color, right? We're copper colored people.
Hold on, that was you should go and get into your second question. Okay.
Second question would be, I'll give up that second question. Go ahead, bro.
All right, Smoke, what would be your first question?
Okay, my first question would be, since you piggybacked off my last next to last source with the Aboriginal races of America, you went straight to the hair. I see you have a fascination with hair. That's not my question. What does undeviatingly characteristic as that of the Negro mean to you, Mr. YK? The floor is yours, brother.
I made it clear when I brought up the Californian Indians. It could be, and they even gave you an example of what they was talking about when they mentioned a skin color.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business idea, but I delayed getting the domain name because I was
skin color. But they let you know, see, we need something that's called reading comprehension. It's not enough to just read. You got to also comprehend what you're reading. So they said all of that to still let you know that they're only Indian still. Don't confuse them with any other race. That's the part you keep overlooking, brother. What's your next question?
Second question.
Where do we find any Native Americans individually or collectively embracing the description copper colored race or copper colored people?
Well, you have the Lenape tribe, and there's an article. I forgot to throw it in there. I had a few sources, and they basically say the same thing, that this is how we look. They're copper colored, straight hair, lanky hair. That's it, bro. So usually when you looking at those descriptions, and the people today, there's still people today with those same genes, and guess what? They have the same thing: long, lanky hair and the same copper colored skin, brother. So go ahead.
It's your turn to ask the question. Go ahead, YK.
Yeah. So did you study for this? Did you actually prepare for this debate, brother?
Yes, as much as it was needed.
What?
As much as it was needed. Do you usually Google? Do you usually Google before or after the debate?
Before, after, and during.
Before, during the debate. My bad.
Before, during, and after. It all depends on what comes up during the debate.
No, all right. Just answer. Go ahead, brother.
2 questions for you, Smoke.
I had a source that mentioned Indians as dark as mahogany. My question would be, why didn't you piggyback off that description?
I actually did. I said, why are they calling them Negroes and not American Indians? That's the point. We want to see what the American Indians are. We want to see who those copper color, because y'all are you consider yourself a Negro, brother? I'm confused. Are you a Negro or are you American Indian? Because according to the dictionary, Negro means African, brother. Next question.
You gonna let me answer that question, or was that just rhetoric? What's going on?
Your next question.
You were supposed to be asking him a question, okay? Right? Correct?
I thought I asked him a question.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, Smoke.
Yeah, Smoke turn.
Yeah, Smoke turn.
Yeah, my first question was, why didn't he piggyback off mahogany? Right. Oh, okay, so my next question would be, if the Native Americans are indeed the copper-colored races found here by Europeans, why don't they collectively use the term copper-colored?
I mean, as far as all the sources I showed you, what else do you want me to, bro? I showed you like 50 sources that they say they was copper colored, bro. Like
that's not what I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking you a very simple question, man. I ain't talking about no question. I'm saying,
go ahead.
Hold on.
Do we still have?
You rephrase your question. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. My question is very simple. If the Native Americans are indeed the copper colored races that the Europeans found here when they arrived, why don't they collectively identify as that copper colored race found here by the Europeans?
They do.
They do?
And I just showed you it.
Oh, that was my last question.
Okay, you got 2 questions.
If we get the straight and lanky hair from the Indian, because that's what Grandma said, where do we get the kinky hair from?
Together, let's go reverse. Make no payments till March at Freeland, Nashville's Chevy Superstore. Power and performance is yours in a new Silverado with $10,000 off and no payments till.
The kinky hair is natural, right? And through a process of hairdos or what have you, messing with your hair, processing your hair. And I'm not saying processing it through any chemical means. I'm just saying by whatever means available.
Man, you don't have
you can get the long droopy hair. Not straight. I wouldn't call it straight. It'll still be coarse, but it'll be long. It'll be hanging. Or you can braid it, or you can dread it, or you can plait it. There's a lot of things you can do with nigga hair to show its length, to express its length. All right, without even it being curled. So, you have to figure that out on your own time. Do a little more observing. Your own people, bro. You'll figure it out. Go ahead. What's your next question?
Next question. Last question.
Last question. When the Europeans came here, what did they say they described those people as?
Okay, we have instances where some compare them to Ethiopians. We have some instances where people compared them to dark skinned East Islanders. We have instances where people describe them as Negroid phenotype. Right? We have instances where they were described as lighter skinned people with long horse-like hair. Right? So there's many different Europeans with many different descriptions. But for a general description, I would go with the long hair, the dark skin, the thick lips, and the broad noses. It kind of fits the general descriptions when you add all of them up.
All right.
Next question.
That will conclude the answering the question round. Now y'all can go back and forth. Y'all got free fall. Y'all can make statements or questions. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Smoke. There you go.
So now that you've been educated and informed as to color people, will you now put down those falsified African and just be glad that you're home, brother?
Negative. You did terrible, bro. You 90% of all of your sources disagree with you. You showed Lena Horne, and Lena Horne was a mixed person. Your first article said that natives were mixed with African. Your other source, bro, nothing like I said, I said all they do is cherry pick, die at their own sources. All you did was die at your own sources, brother. Every round I had 3 to 4 rebuttals of you act like you didn't know what a rebuttal was, brother. So don't get on here and try to hoot and holler. You did terrible, bro. And when these polls go in, this will dictate if this is really a biased platform or not, bro. This is gonna put the icing on the cake right here. We gonna see.
Hey, bro, let me share the mic with you, bro. You're doing a little drifting, my nigga.
Go ahead.
You're doing a little drifting, bro.
You was quiet.
You really doing a little drifting, bro. Hey, bro, you said why wouldn't I rebut him? Because, brother, you was using my sources. Why would I rebut my own sources? Now, if you'd have brought your own sources to the argument, had you brought your own sources to the argument, there would have been a rebuttal, brother. Matter of fact, the only rebuttal that I actually drew from you was this your constant attack on hair.
See, this is why I didn't want to play this, because Smoke doesn't understand why YK was using smoke signal sources against him. And it is because he has no research methodology. It's obvious that he does not have any research methodology. He just runs his mouth and he talks about shit he doesn't know. So earlier I was talking about this article right here. The first man was red. Cherokee responses to the debate over Indian origin, 1760 to 1860. And I don't want to read the Henry Louis Gates quote because it's really irrelevant, right? But I want to make sure that we kind of speak to what we need to speak to and handle our business like G's. You know what I'm saying? We want to handle our business like G's, right? So it says the study of race and ethnicity has currently taken on new significance both on political scene and of college campuses. Ethnohistorians, sociologists, anthropologists, biologists, cultural historians, literary critics, and plain old-fashioned intellectual historians, among whom we number ourselves, are struggling to redefine, demystify, deconstruct and reconstruct the terms of race and ethnicity in order to open up the values of American multicultural culture to new understandings and appreciation. As Henry Louis Gates has stated, there's a direct correlation between economic and political alienation on the hand of racial alienation, and on the other, many scholars are collectively engaged in the effort to deconstruct, if you will, the ideas of racial differences. Hold on one second. Racial difference inscribed into the trope of race in order to reveal the hidden relations of power and knowledge inherited over popular academic uses of race. This essay and a small contribution for inquiries so long as continue to fight for their national independence. The Cherokees honor their own myths of racial origins, but after 1794, once they made peace with the Euro-Americans, they compelled a reactive efforts imposing concepts of race difference upon them. Acceptance with tribal leaders, a federal policy of assimilation of missionaries who taught their children English produced a variety of responses. Unfortunately, no Cherokee ever wrote an analysis of the issue in the years of 1760 and 1860, hence the fragmentary, but we hope significant evidence offered here. Once Europeans realized that Columbus had not really found a short way to India, and that the Red Indians of the New World were not Indians of the subcontinent of Asia and East Indian islands, debate began as to the origins of these copper-colored Americans. Let me just be clear, ladies and gentlemen, what you see on the screen immediately challenges smoke signal. Immediately. The reason that it challenges him immediately is because he ain't built for it tough. Who are the red people that is being referred to in this article, and they are also being called copper color? See, this is the dangerous game that mofos play. You feel me? The scholarly and not so scholarly search for the true origins of the Red Indians involved more than the questions of whether they originated in Asia and came to the New World across the Northern Land Bridge or from Europe, Asia Minor, or Middle East, like the lost continent of Atlantis, or Phoenician and North African in the storm blowing trading ships. For European Christians, the first problem was how to fit them into the biblical history of racial origins. That was a problem initially. This is why most people don't even buy their Bible, boo-boo. Okay. For Christians, blah, 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 a racial origin, that is, from which of the three sons of Noah did they descend? Not being black, they cannot be descendants from Ham, but they might have been Semites or Japhites, or if descendants of Japhet, they belong to the white race, which people in Northern Europe. If descended from Shem, they belong to a Semitic race, perhaps the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Y'all get it now? Do y'all get it now? You know what I'm saying? All this hocus pocus, do y'all get it now? This is this whole notion of the tribes of Israel bullshit, bull junk. They're right here. Hold on 1 second here. Trying to pull something up real quick on my phone while I'm dealing with this. 'Cause I might want to speak on something, and I want to kind of have it ready for me to speak on in case I decided to turn the corner. But I just really hate the religious bull junk that be coming out of us, so I might hold up. Let me see. Phone finder right here. All right, let me continue the article. F it. All right, in the early 19th century, the so-called American School of Ethnography posited the notion of separate creations from each race of mankind. God created not only a white Adam and Eve, but also a yellow, brown, black, and red Adam and Eve, not mentioned in Genesis. Most Christians consider the concept of polygenesis heretical, but others found it a scientific way to justify the immutable biological differences among the human species, thereby invalidating efforts to alter the hierarchical superiority of white, Caucasian or Anglo-Saxon races of all others. The school of thought became popular as a wave of romantic nationalism, redefined what it meant to be an American, and justified racial discrimination not only against the red man, but against all other inferior races seeking amalgamation into the manifest destiny of the white Anglo-Saxon race. This paper examines two questions arising from the efforts of defining racial origins. I'm skipping all the religious bullshit. My point in introducing this argument is that there is a response from people that no one is reading. This response from people is a validation of how the people that are being used to denote race in this instance, the Indians, and how they see things differently. Remember, they don't know nothing about Christianity. They don't know nothing about Shem, Ham, or Japheth. They don't know nothing. The European is trying to explain this shit away because they had these three faces and races that they already had depicted in their minds. That black people were the curse of Ham, bull junk, and then all of a sudden you got these what they call quote unquote red men sitting in the Americas. And so just based on the grounds of this particular article, when the author calls them red men, right? He called them red men. He immediately assigns not only red men to them, but copper color people of America. So the red men in America are the copper color people. Smoke has no argument. I just wanted to eliminate it real quick. That's it. It's according to one source. I can continue to go into that source and then be an asshole and then try to sit here and beat this bullshit up. But as you can hear from my voice, I ain't even really in the mood to do that to somebody that's beneath all of us that are listening into this chat, and then and definitely knowing that this is small. So hold up, what the French toast? Hey, what's going on up there in Cleveland? Y'all still got snow? Oh my gosh. I'm scrolling up in the chat. I just seen some crazy shit. We got one idiot calling another person an idiot. It's crazy. In the chat. Smoke Hawkins got smoked tonight. Smoked in that debate. Hold on. No, y'all need to hear this. I stopped it, but just listen to it. Make it make sense. Make what's being said right here make sense before it cuts off.
You was using my sources. Why would I rebut my own sources? Now, if you'd have brought your own sources to the argument, had you brought your own sources to the argument, there would have been a rebuttal, brother. Matter of fact, the only rebuttal that I actually drew from you was this your constant attack on hair. Your constant attack on hair was the only thing I felt worthy of a rebuttal, brother.
Why didn't you rebut the paintings that I showed you from the 1500s, the descriptions that I showed you from, bro, you did it out of all the slides that I presented, you were supposed to rebut more of them. And that just lets me know you're not fucking with this information. Now, you could be delusional and think you won, but just know, bro, it's not the case. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like I said, brother. Anyway, your sources you brought was not worthy of a rebuttal.
I know that's a
For
denial.
the most part, you was doing a lot of piggybacking. And let's talk about Lena Horne, right? You're saying how mixed she was, but
Smoke is a one-trick pony. How the fuck you can't rebuttal him? You keep saying he presented information that you could rebut. You didn't have a rebuttal because you were unprepared. And then you really couldn't really rebut anything that YK presented today. I mean, that was presented here in this show. You couldn't rebut anything that he said. That's why you opted out of not rebutting it, because you were unprepared. And he called you out on being unprepared for the debate, because it's clear when you listen to it that you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You just talking, bro. You just out here running amok, not saying much of anything, and you don't know what's going on. And you want us to believe that you know what you're talking about, when we all know, in fact, that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, and you just yapping. And that is the crazy part, is that you have convinced yourself that you know what you're talking about, and everybody else don't know what they heard. We heard you, Smoke. We heard you. It wasn't a good look. You made no sense. You danced around certain things. You had no information. That's why you couldn't rebut it, because you're ignorant. And he called you out on it. You don't know what's going on. You don't study this. When did you prepare for the debate? You look crazy, bro. You look extremely crazy. Running around here trying to challenge something and knowing damn well you don't even know what the hell you talking about. Because if you knew what you was talking about, then it wouldn't even be a matter of concern. Straight up. You just would get to it. You would flex your muscles on YK, but you had nothing. You had nothing against bro. Nothing. When I say you had nothing, you had nothing. You embarrassed yourself and all the people you be on them platforms with. And for the simple fact that Calvin Denzel Roberts even aired this on his channel, or even allowed this to be a debate, is even more crazier, because there's no way that even he can help you argue about the copper color. That's why he don't call himself Copper Color. He don't deal with that bullshit. That fake ass claim of copper color bullshit. He don't get into that. Your dumb ass is doing that dumb shit.
according to that insert, it clearly says she emerged as copper brown color. Right? Why didn't you mention that in your rebuttal, brother? You went straight for her being mixed. So what was she mixed with that caused that? What was she mixed with that caused that emergence of a copper brown color?
And I clearly told you that it was Native American, European, and African American. That part. That's the part. Why you left that out, brother? Why you didn't go and get a full-blooded American Indian? You said you was gonna bring the copper-colored people, but the only people you brought were Negroes and African Americans. Every source you pulled up was a Negro and an African American. Are you a Negro and an African American, or are you the copper-colored person, brother?
What does Negro mean again? What does Negro mean again?
Negro means dark-skinned person of African, dark-skinned African race. But you keep doing
there's no way, so there's no way you could get a Negro confused with having copper color, correct? Because he's of dark skinned African descent. By no means could he be confused with a copper colored person or race, right? He's
because
Negro, right? If he's clearly defined, as a Negro, copper color shouldn't be mentioned in his description by any
because of the hair. Because of the hair.
They
even said it.
That's time. Shout out to you two brothers, man. Y'all came and put on some heat. I'm gonna start the 5-minute clock. The polls are in the chat. All right, the polls are in the chat. I'm gonna come back to you brothers in just a second. Make sure I hit that like button, thumb up the video, man. If you don't see the polls, refresh, leave, come back. You should see it in there.
That's the debate.
Are you ready? I talked to my healthcare provider about Lybalvi. That's Lybalvi. Ask your healthcare provider.
Debate. It's over just like that. Why can't edit it down? Smoke made no sense in the question and answer round. He made no sense in his presentation. He made no sense in none of that shit that he was talking about. You can't convince me that he made sense. You can't pay me to say that he made sense. He just don't know what he's talking about. I dropped a link in the chat for anybody that wanted to join. I mean, not a coincidence. You ain't even, is you back at work, bro? You back at work? I thought you might not have to work, bro. Thought you was off until 2026 type shit, you know what I'm saying? Thought you said F that job, bro. You coming back in 2026. But listen, man, I ain't gonna hold y'all up, man. We had a nice little time. Things work themselves out. I'll be live tomorrow, getting it in before, all y'all start y'all New Year festivities. The fuckery and festivities, you feel me? And then we'll definitely we'll go from there. So appreciate everybody tapping in. You still can hit the link if you want to build. I mean, I'm right here trying to holler at whoever need to get hollered at so we can build. But it looked like, and I know Smoke was here. He was in here. He just don't want none of his work. Smoke don't want to work, bro. Smoke so dumb, he don't. That's a YK job to attack his source. Yeah, it's me. Oh yeah, it is. They go chill. They go chill in the Chezat. What's up in the land, bro? When y'all invite me back to the land, man. What's up with that? Dosha, chill. When I'm coming back to the land, man. What's up with that, man? Why come y'all ain't telling me what's up? Do I gotta call y'all or something? See when I can get the invite back to the land? What we doing? Chill? Is we gonna do the presentation on the abos? What we gonna do? We gonna do the old Mac? What we gonna do? How we set it up, chill? How we set it up for the land, bro? Where we gonna do it at? The library? We're gonna do it in the beauty shop. What we doing? I know it's a delay. What presentation I'm doing, chill? Where we gonna set it up at? I need to know. You know what I'm saying? I see my first. If you must know, I lost my when I was 12 years old. Copper color moccasins. Hold on, man. Let me. MC Chill was in the chat. He must have dipped out. Chill ain't rocking with me, yo. He been in Egypt. He been in Egypt too long. He ain't rocking with his boy. We'll figure out what we gonna do though, for real. Is he blood? Is he crip? I missed flow days not. Yeah, y'all got it going on in the chat. Hey, yo, Vyasa, I need you to redo, fix a spelling on one of my wasn't Emma's, bro. But I really need you to hook me up with something new, though. I need a new AI. I really need you to hit that link, though. That's what I need. Show me how to do the AI shit. Hey, make sure y'all subscribe to Lucky Channel, man. You know what I'm saying? He out there doing the Lord's work, as the Christians would say. The Christians, as the Christians would say. Out there doing the Lord's wizard. Did he do it? Let me see what y'all saying. Over Asa right here. What up?
What's good, black man? Just now getting back to the house from work. But yeah, I'll
I couldn't hear you at first. I can now. It wasn't you. It was me.
oh shit. I was just saying I'm just now getting home from work, but yeah, I'll
Okay.
edit I'll edit wherever it messed up and then
It was just a spelling at the bottom.
okay. I'll look at it and see. And yeah, I'll make some more. See if I can get it to come out with some clever ones to kind of spin on copper copper colored materials and how it don't have resemblance to them finding it type of vibe.
Why they think they copper color, bro? The Europeans said it, but remember they ain't listening to the European. These Negroes is the only Negroes I know, bro, that would sit here and argue against the cracker and then use the cracker, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of
So it's
I kind of
narrative.
grew I kind of grew irritated at it immediately in the what do you call it, clubhouse era, because I noticed the cherry picking and just like you said, and then I grew double frustrations as the FBA movement took flight because it's like y'all can battle all different groups of black people, but y'all can't say shit about critical race theory, none of the policies that's being implemented right now. It's like y'all all both camps is weirdos. Let me unlock this door and run in the house real quick, Sean. I'm
Yeah,
probably gonna get attacked by the babies, but I'm on her. Give me a second though.
yeah, I know thing. That's a fact though. They act like the critical race theory fake. It's an actual whole thing, man. You need to read that shit. That's why they book banning. That's why DeSantos is doing what he doing. Can't let them do that though, yo. Can't let them do that, yo. You know what I'm saying, yo? Done, son. Yo, I don't know what happened to Dosha and Chill. I'm trying to see what's up. I'm gonna have to text him. Mr. Egypt. Mr. Chill do them tours of Egypt, yo. There's been a lot of people going to Africa lately. I wonder what's up with that. People been booking flights to Africa. Talking about how beautiful it is. My sinuses is killing me right now. Which one did I make more? Okay. Smoke went out with some water. Y'all funny in the chat. Damn, I ain't gonna do that bullshit. I'm waiting on Viasa to come back, y'all. But hold on, let me see him. Try to see if I can pull something off of y'all real quick. Hold on 1 second. That's what I mean. Like, at some point, I gotta be more cool about dealing with stupid people. Because at the end of the day, y'all will think I'm a fool too if I keep on, you know. But I'm just passionate about the truth. And I know they on some bullshit and run around here lying to niggas. That boy Calvin Denzel Roberts boy. He be searching for some content. And Lucky be killing them. Lucky done turned into his nightmare, yo. Yeah. That boy, that's stupid. Let me see if I can share this. Nah, I can't even play it. This fool called up exposing his lies. Fishbone Panel Christmas edition. What you call this show? Indigenous Winter Solstice? Nigga, you ain't got no motherfucking Indigenous Winter Solstice. You over here just making up shit. You went and did a whole podcast making up lies. That podcast is worse than Mike. What is it? Mike 360 or whatever his channel is. They be having Pan African people over there talking that old pseudo shit. They be kicking. Y'all niggas is wild. Straight up. Let me get off this suck ass channel. I'm with the truth too. That's it. Won't need nothing but the truth, y'all. Hey, so while I got all y'all eyes and ears, somebody in the chat tell me what y'all think about the debate between Smoke Signal and YK the Truth. Like, what y'all think about what Smoke did? Be honest, man. Be honest. You think Smoke did well? He articulated himself well, comprehended what he was Or do you think that he just got into the debate the day of the debate and started going from there? Oh shit. What's up, man? What's up, man? Unmute your mic. Carper Draco, unmute your mic, bro. We can't hear you. You sound robotic.
I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah, yeah. Can't hear you. Yeah, come back. You sound like you got bad internet.
I do.
Cut off your Wi-Fi. Use your cell phone data, bro. Cut the Wi-Fi off. They might have hopped on the panel sounding like RTD D2. Smoke Signal People is over here listening. He did terrible. He had no methodology, was unprepared, and didn't answer the debate topic. Facts. He want to get warm and slip up there. Smoke bumbled through the debate with a bunch of disjointed sources. He clearly did not have a command of the subject matter and essentially debunked himself from the very start. Smoke snuffed out. Smoke didn't even show up. Damn, y'all is hard on him. Right, I also just got home, so you know how that go. He listening, he ain't saying, you know what I mean? He listening. He multitasking. You gotta play with the kids, you know?
Yeah, he beat me up as you was saying that. Put the email, if you don't mind, in the back chat where you want me to send this.
Oh, the same one?
Okay, give me just a second.
Yeah, same one. Copper Draco came up here. I guess he was finna defend Smoke. I hope his internet get right. Heard us popping at the club trying to get right. I didn't get popular. Okay. Where you at, Draco? Or you gonna type what you was finna ask in the chat? He took a L for shits and giggles. What's up, man? You on mute?
Mic check. You can hear me?
Yeah. You're a little better.
No, I ain't really. I wasn't defending nobody. I mean, Smoke, he can handle his own camera, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't know him and You say him and YK had a debate?
Yes, it ain't new, but yeah, they had a debate.
Who won?
YK did. The poll said YK won.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the poll. Yep.
Damn, I'm super sleeping. Super sleeping. I'm trying to look into my I did want to ask you a few things, man. I know because when I talk to most of the pans and shit like that, you know, I fucks with Luck, Robert Lee, Mac. I fuck with all of them. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't got no disdain. It's not about it's not a side thing with me. I'm still trying to learn my own shit. You know, I'm fairly new to all this information, but and I know the last time I asked you about the ethnogenesis, you was like, "Nigga, you asked me that already." I want to ask you. I want to ask a different way, because every time I look the shit up, you know, when I look into the Mexicans and shit like that, it says they're a prime example of an ethnogenesis, but it also says that every race is. Do you agree with that? That every race is an ethnogenesis?
It depends on who's doing the defining and how the definition is, bro.
Nigga, next said I'm biased. I'm not biased, my nigga.
Yeah, you is, bro. We know you are.
Nah, man. I'm strictly about the information, man. You know.
Do you understand why they say Mexicans would fit that bill?
Well, when I like I was talking about last time, Luck heard me. My ex, you know, she's Mexican and shit like that. My daughter's mom is half black, half Mexican, and I wanted to look into their origins. I'm like, well, you know, where the fuck they come from? And I keep running into the Spanish crown and Asian slaves and, you know, shit like that. So that's the information that I came across. Yeah, I mean, am I wrong about that?
Nah, I'm at what I'm trying to get you to. I'm trying to get you to understand. Or do you understand why they would be considered that, like the Mexicans?
The mixture of races and creating a whole new, creating something new.
Yeah, are they Paleo Indians?
I don't know.
They descend from Paleo Indians. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like they're not the group that they actually Native Americans and Mexicans are ancestrally brothers and sisters, if that's how to say that. But you have isolated people that have only admixed with the same group of people for thousands of years. So in some part, and notice I'm being specific about certain populations of people in the Americas before Europeans arrived. That's how they're looking at that. How this group can self-identify as the definition of the word is put. But nah, I don't think that. See, black people in America, African American people, that's not how we're defined. Like Europeans aren't defined like that either, because white people, because they come from Europe. It only makes sense if you're defining these Mexicans and these Native Americans to be that because of their descendants of peoples who first inhabited this, but they're not their ancestors.
Mm. Shit.
I mean,
Next.
when I say they're not their ancestors, I'm not saying that they're not. They still carry those traits from their ancestors, but I'm saying they've been here so long that they were able to develop differently, phenotypically, culturally, and all of that from their ancestors, even though they held on to some of the shit that's been passed down. That's why we say y'all ain't never been here, because y'all don't possess any of the cultural traits that could have been passed down through our time. And then when y'all say y'all have been here and that y'all lost all of that shit, there's no way that you could have lost all of that shit, because motherfuckers are still running around here doing some shit they were doing 8,000 years ago.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I probably asked you this too. My memory is shot, my nigga.
I know you probably get high as shit.
I do every day. Do you feel like niggas is indigenous to the planet or just Africa?
Nah. Well, define indigenous.
Well, the first people everywhere, or just in Africa?
Well, Africans wouldn't be the first people everywhere, because the people who left out of Africa mutated and adapted over a certain particular time, and most of those people never returned back to Africa. So that means that when they adapted to the climatic pressures of nature, and they created and developed their own culture, and then they began to not look like they did when they left out of Africa, being removed for thousands of years, and then therefore that's another group of people. Because if you take them people and they, some of them coming back into Africa, they ain't gonna know shit about fucking Africa. And I'm saying it as in like how to migrate to Africa, right? How to get back to that point in which they returned. And even those that did return, they didn't even look the same, because the weather, the climate was different. So, nah, I don't. I'm
Is
not.
that the reason? Is that the reason they mutated, or how would you say they mutated?
The climate. When you going in the colder climates, yeah. When you're further removed from the equator, and you're in places where you have to adapt in order to survive, eventually, not maybe through you first generation, but a third or fourth, fifth, sixth generation you, or eighth generation you, would have developed survival traits over periods of time that would allow them to survive. Like the survival of the fittest is a reality. Like when people tell you if you is black skin a dominant trait or a recessive trait, you have to understand the significance of the question, because it's only dominant where? Where is black skin only dominant?
In Africa?
No.
You said where is black skin dominated at?
Yeah. Where on this planet would black skin be a dominant trait?
Oh well, I thought it was in Africa. As far as black skin.
Think longitude and latitude, my brother. In the meantime, hey Sean.
I got your email.
Okay. You should have two of them.
Where would that be then?
Places where the sun is.
Is it not hot in a motherfucker in Africa all the time?
Okay. Yeah, it's hot. But that's you having dark skin. Why would you think that one would have to have dark skin?
I mean, shit. If I go out, you know, when I work in the summertime, I look black than a motherfucker after a few days.
Exactly, because your body has to adapt to your environment. Your environment. But if your environment changes, because you just said the summertime. So imagine, where is it damn near the same temperature year round?
Oh yeah, that I don't know.
The equator, bro. And right below the equator, those are zones where your skin needs protection. Just look on a map where you can see the darkest, the complexion of skin, and you'll see zones where you see darker complexions. And then if you go north of the equator, the further north from the equator, the lighter the skin is. Now you have to understand phenomelanin, uromelanin. You have to understand UV rays. You have to understand why. I add back to my original question: how black skin is only a dominant trait in certain areas, whereas it is a recessive trait in others. So real dark skinned ass Africans couldn't survive in northern Eurasia per se. Not just on their skin tone alone. Where they just left the equator from, where they were just exposed to sunshine 24/7 year round, they needed that protection. But if there's somewhere where they're not getting as much sunshine, then they're recessive in those areas because they're not getting the amount of sun that they were getting prior to. So when we talked about, like I said, mutating and adapting, nature is forcing those pressures on us to adapt. Then you got germs you're exposed to. So now you have to adapt and adjust to those pathogens that you just come across that you are not used to. That's going to cause you to mutate and adapt. What you're eating and how you're eating it, if you're eating meats or not eating meats, if you're eating more veggies and nuts and things of that nature, all of that plays a part in your process of mutating and adapting to certain circumstances. Everybody's the same. But where are we different at?
That 1%.
Well, 0.01% tells a bigger story because it gives off that. But people keep remembering let me see if I can make this. There you go, UV index. Let me see if I can make this land. I'm gonna make this plan lane right here. Is a brown mouse dominant or recessive in the snow?
You said there's a brown mouse defensive in the snow?
Recessive.
A brown mouse is subjective to being hit all day. Like a brown mouse in the snow, yeah, you out of pocket with, like they out of pocket.
Is it recessive or dominant?
Recessive.
Why would it be recessive?
I don't know. I was trying to sound smart. You tell me. I wouldn't say that. I can't say a brown mouse is dominant in the snow.
Why wouldn't it be?
why would it be though? I mean, it seems like it's a prime target. Like you could see that motherfucker.
Exactly. So it's no benefit for dark skin to be in inclement weathers that would expose it to something that is harmful to it. You see what I'm saying? That's why I was using the mouse as an analogy so that you can understand what I'm saying about the dominant and recessive genes. So black skin wouldn't be a dominant gene under those same conditions as the brown mouse in the snow. So naturally, right, through natural selection and because of those genetic pressures from the earth, and a mutation has to transpire. This is where you get the SLC245A gene. And because you get this gene, now you understand more about how the light skin or the white gene evolved. That evolution of that gene in humans just didn't, it just didn't sprout. It took time. Albinoism isn't a sign of that. Albinoism is something else. But the white gene, the SL245, and then the OC, I might be messing it up, the OAC2 gene, which is the gene for blue eyes, that developed also. But both of those, because there are some black Africans with blue eyes, but that's an explanation on how we call quote unquote white people, how they evolved. They wasn't no different. They had to adapt. Those genetic pressures forced that adaptation and that mutation. And when it did that, it explained it through a gene expression. And that gene expression.
Does it have anything to do with albinoism? Because I know I heard. I mean, I seen that they're a mutation as well, right?
That's two different arguments. Albinoism is missing, like, I don't know if you light skin or dark skin, but as an example, albinoism is something's missing in that expression.
He said, "I don't know if you." That's me on the avatar. That's me as a baby. My little sister, my older sister,
Your ass yellow like me. So, so me, you, and Baasa, we all yellow. So, but that's an expression. That's a gene expression. Albinoism is missing something. The pigmentation in your skin is missing something, right? That's why like some people with freckles. That's a pigmentation issue. There you go, Kapala. Void of melanin.
Freckles. Oh, I ain't know that one. Well, but any race can produce albinos, though, right?
Can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
Right, you can have.
No. Show me a white albino. You can't. Albinoism comes from a void of melanin. Only from black people. Only from us.
Only from black people?
Yeah. Show me a Chinese
That do sound funny hearing it out loud. Hold on. I just looked it up. It said, okay, I looked up. I said, can every race produce albinos? And it says, yes, people from every racial or ethnic background can have albinism. How you tell me?
Keep reading it. Let's see what it explains.
All right. A few important clarifications. What albino is. Albinism is a genetic condition, not a race.
There you go.
I mean, but if it's not a race,
No, albino, bro. Only black people doing that. Show me a white albino. They gonna say it's hair and eyes, but he's still white. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm for real. Look up white albino.
I'm looking it up right now. Hold on, let me see. Let me show me a white albino.
Yeah.
Oh shit! They showed me some pictures, man. They showed me an albino person or animal. What the fuck? With a genetic condition causing a lack of
Because
it's a lack of melanin pigment, resulting in very pale skin, all that shit. But I literally typed in. I'm just showing you. I'm just saying what I typed in. I typed in, show me a white albino, and that's what it showed me.
And don't they look white?
Yeah, it looks
it should
white.
show you images. They're white people, already white. But when you see an albino and their hair look like your hair, but you see these other traits about them that also look Negroid, like their lips and their noses, that ain't a white person.
Yeah. I agree with that. But in the same fact, I mean, in the same, I seen a lot of albinos like low key look the same to me. They all look the same to me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Black people.
You said what?
Because it's genetic. It's how I say this. It's like genetic differentials that assist in that. But you ain't never seen because I ain't never seen it. You ain't never seen a true white albino. The motherfuckers just look white. It's like it's a motherfucker white person. But the difference is going to be in their hair. Their hair look a certain way, and then their eyes may look a certain way. Those are the two traits. But outside that, they phenotype, their white skin. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no goddamn.
Well, I will say this. I will say the white albinos don't look like the nigga albinos, but they do say that they exist. And I'm looking. They got like their mustaches snow white. They got a distinctive look.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Don't get fucked up by the goddamn some of the pictures. Go to stay in that search, but go back to, if you looking at images, go back to all and then pull up an article on albinoism and go to Cleveland Clinic.
Cleveland. Okay, before I do that, because I did say show me white albinos, and that's just kind of like that was kind of vague when that.
Right.
But I just typed in show me Caucasian albinos, and I ain't gonna lie, it showed me the same thing.
It's supposed to, because white is denoting Caucasian.
True.
But what type of melanin do white people have?
I've seen it before. I would have to look it up, but I know that shit is not as prominent as ours. Like they shit is less.
Do they have cell melanin, U melanin? What kind of melanin do they got?
Melanin. No, give me the one on the bottom.
Vyasa, where you at?
I'm right here, bro. Trying to get this boy to stop harassing me. You get those emails?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Those decent or you still get
Nah,
something else?
you won't see a albino Cherokee or Chickasaw or none of that.
No, there's only as far as in the States, I think what
I mean,
the Hopi had documentation of it occurring. And then
was it
a
like
small
Veralago?
Mm, I don't know, Sean, because it's pre scientific history. I'll put it that way. It's in their culture though, and how they revered them and called them the I want to say people of the sky or that they came from the heavens. And
So
then
when
there's a
was you
couple of little pockets down in Latin America where you would find them in Latin America being South America. Because
yeah.
even in Vernell's go-to book, it talks about them finding, white Indians, and that might have been due to albinism.
Albinos?
Yeah. So it's possible that a couple of those, I don't know what group would have passed that marker though, Sean. Whether it would have been paleo or if it developed later.
They just white. Them motherfuckers was white albino. You ain't even calling them albino. You just calling them white people. And then
Yeah,
you know,
light brights. Light bright.
you just know they got a genetic condition because of their eyes and they hair might don't sit right on their pale skin.
Yeah, you melanin and
Guess what though? The
melanin.
albinos have an issue. They can't go out into certain they can't go out in the sun like that, bro. That'll f them up.
Yeah, I'm about to quit.
Which
And
one
they
of y'all
more
got
than
the happy
likely,
baby?
they more than
The
likely,
happy
I had to
baby,
look it up
yeah.
again. They more than likely extremely sensitive to sunlight visually too. Because
Yep.
don't it affect their eyes as
Uh-huh.
well?
Yep.
Yeah.
But the albinos from Africa though, you know what I'm saying? They was getting killed before people understood what it was. Africa, when twins and albinoism, they was killing them. They couldn't explain away. They didn't understand it. They thought it was evil spirits. That
Yeah,
was
my bloodline would have had hell, Sean. Twins run heavily in my family.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, niggas
Sometimes it
do
don't
weird
even
shit like that.
have you ever heard, the twins are supposed to skip a generation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we debunked that. Grandpa was one, my dad was one, and then my dad's twin popped out twins. And my dad's twin popped out twins after a vasectomy.
I'm looking at I typed in, what melanin do Caucasians have, and it says they have two types, which is
Mm-hmm.
EU melanin or EU melanin, whatever, and the PHE, the free melanin, which is like red and yellow. The first one is brown and black.
And what type of melanin do black people get?
Let's see. Oh damn, I fucked around and typing the wrong shit. They have black. They have a type O. Oh, see, I'm Russian. Hold on, what type? Melanin. All right. Oh, you're talking about the same shit that white people. The EU. the U melanin, responsible for dark colors in skin, eyes, and hair.
What kind of black people get?
EU melanin, the U melanin, EU melanin. Now, that's all I'm seeing right here.
Mm-hmm. So, do everybody got melanin?
I mean, I never disagree with that.
No,
Everybody definitely.
you do. I'm just asking in general.
Yeah, everybody has melanin. That's a fact.
You got people in your community that say that white people ain't got no melanin.
Nah, they definitely got melanin, but would you agree that they have less
melanin
than we have?
No, they have a different type of melanin, which
But
it requires them to have a different type of melanin because they're in different climates. But when you see them outside of their climate, that's why they so heavily dressed, like the Arabs. There's dark-skinned Arabs, brown-skinned Arabs, and then some lighter-skinned Arabs. But they all goddamn be wearing what? They be dressed down.
Yeah, it ain't no white Arabs though.
Who said that?
I don't know no beige, no beige Arabs.
No, it's white Arabs. Shit, they get their goddamn language they get their writing script from white people, from white Arabs or Jews.
From Jews? Oh shit. Yeah, look, this is one of the reasons I pull up, you know what I'm saying? Like I ask questions, you know, I like to get different talking points, you know what I'm saying? Like I fuck with my niggas, but I fuck with everybody, you know. I'm not gonna say I try not to be biased, I'm just not biased, period, because whatever information I come across, I take it in a cross reference, and if it makes sense, I'll apply it.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be saying white people ain't got no melanin. And then I
never said that.
I know. I'm just saying in general. And then you know they skin is only dominant in certain climates.
So I mean, my whole thing is, I mean, nobody really knows the answer to how we got all these other races. You know what I'm saying? If everything started with niggas, like where these other motherfuckers come from?
We just talked about it
with the mutations and all that. Like motherfuckers mutated into, you know, besides mixing and.
Bro, when they left out of Africa, what you think they did, bro?
Are you saying everybody mutated when they left Africa?
When these people left out of Africa, what you think happened to the people that left out of Africa? And they never came back. What you think happened to them?
I mean, going according to what you had said,
they mutated and adapted, bro. They isolated. Isolation, mutation, and adaptation are signatures in how other people developed, how they developed. This is how you get these people with light skins and different features. Why you think Chinese got slanted eyes? That came from pressures from the natural world, forcing them to mutate and adapt.
Now I get what you're saying, but are you saying that when these niggas left Africa and all that, and, you know, going along with the mutations and shit like that, niggas developed smaller eyes and you know, stringy hair
They
and
adapted to the environment.
Yep.
smaller dicks and smaller asses and
I don't know
like
that. Pause, yo. Pause.
it's a hey, I'm just saying, my nigga, like I'm just saying, like that,
Hey,
the nigga.
I don't know nothing about no other man. His stuff.
I'm just saying though, like we them niggas. We them
Hey,
niggas.
tell them why the Chinese people got the slanted eyes. You told them why? Like what it's called?
Tell him, Robert.
Yeah. Tell me why.
Man, you know I'm
Tell me
country as
why.
hell. I can't pronounce them big ass words with that epileptic fold and shit.
There you
What it's
go.
called?
You just said it, nigga. How the fuck you gonna say you
I'm
can't?
just saying I'm country as hell. The shit sound funny. I ain't one of them proper speaking
You
ass
see
niggas.
and say
Like
you can't
Vino
say
said,
it, and you say
y'all
this.
good reading ass niggas.
I mean, you ain't pronouncing it correctly, but you making a great. You know what I mean, bro?
So that's little that Carolina slang. On y'all niggas know what I'm talking about.
Nigga said, I don't know if I can say the big word.
I don't know if I can say it, but I'm gonna say it.
That motherfucker Robert Lee crazy.
Hey, but
Where
this
you
nigga
where
Draco
you
is an
coming from, Robert
elbow,
Lee?
man. Don't let
Where
him
you
fool
over
you. He
there?
is not he is not like neutral. This nigga is a full blooded elbow.
We know it.
Well,
Nigga named Aboriginal Draco, Copper Draco. Nigga think he copper color.
Yeah.
Nigga he think he copper color for real. Knowing goddamn well he light skinned. Nigga ain't nothing about you copper color, nigga. What side of the penny
hey,
you from? You ain't a new version. You ain't even a 3-year-old version of a penny. You ain't even
hey,
talking.
Robert Lee, hey, y'all talk. Both of y'all talking that. No, matter of fact, all three of y'all niggas on this panel is beige than a motherfucker. Why is y'all talking about y'all banging on me?
Yo, nah, Vyasa is mixed, bro. He got them people in him. He got them first people in him.
So you saying that you and Robert Lee are not mixed because y'all beige too?
Nah, me and Robert Lee, we got the European and we got European in us. That Vyasa, he got African and Native American in him.
Okay. Hey, Robert Lee, you a wild boy, man.
People them peoples.
I mean it is what it is, know what I'm saying? Like I said, I always tell y'all, my grandma said what she said, but I ain't got no test to confirm nothing, no paperwork to back up nothing.
What your
And then when you look at
grandma
the
said?
shit,
What your grandma said, Robert Lee? Share with us. We don't know.
What
say it
grandma
again.
said.
What'd you say, Sean?
I
Hey,
said,
what'd you say, Sean?
I'm trying to get you to explain it.
About what?
What you was just saying, bro.
He
Oh,
said
I
what
was
did
just saying, like,
he said what grandma said.
oh no, like yeah, my grandma. I'm one of them niggas that had the grandma that said that she was Indian and shit. But like when you look at my grandma, she looked just like those Lumbee people and all the people from the area where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? And I'm related to the Locklears and shit, but I'm black. My motherfucking daddy was black, and my mama daddy was black. So I don't even look like them people. Like if you look at my hair, my mama don't even look like she could be my damn grandma child, but that was her damn mama. But we ain't got no paperwork to verify that shit. She wasn't a part of that crew. My mama never damn was a part of it. We just always been black and proud.
Always been black and proud, huh? That's some motherfucking shit. Always been black and proud.
Oh yeah.
Black, I mean, and look, I ain't got no issues with that. But I mean, like I asked you before, is black exclusively tied to African?
Hell yeah, tied to that tropical heat. I mean that damn that heat. Yeah, in my opinion. But the science say that too.
Science prove all this shit we be talking about. And when a motherfucker
Especially
go,
when y'all was talking about that melanin. Cause when you look at the Native Americans, the melanin that all humans produce the same two types of melanin, but they produce the one with the P more that would make them lighter. Like we produce the other one more.
Which is what's the one with the E?
And that explains, you know what I'm saying? That right there show how, us niggas like us, we are not indigenous to this land. Cause the type of, know what I'm saying, black we are, that shit it ain't gonna evolve here.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, so niggas spawn out of Africa and everybody left. I mean, not everybody, but the ones that left and mutated and all that shit. The ones that mutated are the ones that went across the Bear Strait.
That would come thousands of years down the line, though. That wasn't immediate. That process, that people can't think about that, bro. That process was 70, 80,000 years.
Yeah. You gotta take that in factor. It wasn't in nobody's lifetime.
And then from that point, it wasn't, 20, 25,000 years from now. You can't even think about 1,000 years.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that, but I mean, it's just like, how do we really prove any of that on both sides? On both sides, like if I was to go with the Pan narrative or the Abo narrative, how do we really prove any of it? You can't, like, you can't really.
Draco, you got relatives, bro.
The DNA proves it. You said the DNA proves it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, the DNA prove it.
The DNA
ain't no way you got.
You can't get around this shit.
Oh, shit, wait, hey, give me a second, P. My daughter calling me. Her birthday is tomorrow, and shit, I already know she about to hit my pockets. I'm gonna hit you right back. I'm gonna pull right. I'll pull up.
Yeah, that DNA in the whole conversation.
Yeah, that's why the niggas don't want to have that shit. These niggas drunk in the motherfucker talking about what snow. They in New Jersey. This shit snowing. The motherfucker ain't got on no jacket. This nigga got on a jacket. She don't. That motherfucker gonna be sick in the motherfucker.
Hell yeah.
What you doing, Robert? You driving?
Yeah, I'm parked right now, but I'm headed back down my way.
What you doing? Sleep?
Say it again.
What you finna go to sleep?
Yeah. Give me a little bit of rest. But I saw y'all was online. I jumped online.
You on the side of the road for real?
No, at a rest area.
Ah, okay. You at a
Not
truck
on the
stop?
side of the road on the rest area.
You at a truck stop?
Nah, like a rest area.
Your ass spending them motherfucking $40?
Nah, I ain't shopping tonight. Know what I'm saying? I'm headed home, get something, know what I'm saying, free. I'm spending time. I gotta drop something off in Rayford, and I don't live too far from Rayford. So
Oh, okay.
shit. Rayford, I gotta drop something off in Rayford, North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
And shit, Rayford about 45 minutes away from where I live. And it's the new year. Shit, I ain't answering my damn phone until the first.
You ain't answering your phone to the first.
Yeah, like I ain't they try to call me about getting something. Nah, I ain't going no damn way until
Hey, what's up with it,
pick up
brothers?
nothing until the second, basically.
I got some very serious questions for y'all, man.
Uh-oh.
First, who the fuck is you?
Me, man, I'm Jose. I'm from Salam Alaikum. I don't know where you guys put yourself. What
I ain't
religion?
no Muslim.
No, you're not. It doesn't matter. But I got questions, oh man. I could ask them or no? Or you guys getting your feelings?
You can ask one question. What's your first
All right.
question?
One simple question that I want to know is why is it that you guys claim to be the copper people that were here in Native America?
You asking the wrong people that shit.
Yeah, this
'Cause
this
we
ain't
ain't
that
the people
channel.
who, yeah, we ain't the people who say that shit.
But that's what it said on the thing, didn't it?
No, we were
Nah,
we
we
were watching
clowned
the
them.
debate. We were clowning the people who claim that bullshit.
Oh, okay. So you guys clown on the African Americans who claim to be that.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay. Hey, bro. And so how do you guys explain to them that that's not them?
we just keep it real, bro. What evidence they get that bullshit from? And it don't be no credible shit. It be some
So
shit
like,
they made up.
yeah. So why do you think that happens to those people, man? Like, are they like in an identity crisis or what?
You just said it. It's
Identity
some
crisis,
new,
huh?
some slick, and it's what they got down. They try to get it into. Well, kind of everyone around the equator would be dark now, man.
Yeah. Well, that's just
Let me go
that's
back. Hold on. Let me answer something real quick because I think she's way behind the screen. Who is
huh?
we? Sean P. White as a piece of paper. Nah, nigga, you white. You sound asleep. It's on the midnight. Nah,
Me,
no.
I'm
Honest.
mestizo, man. I'm both native and European. I'm Spanish, Latin, Latino.
Where you from?
I'm from Texas, but my people come from Mexico though. And then way before all the history stuff, some people come
What's
from
your
Spain.
hablo group?
Huh?
What's your hablo group?
My what?
What's your maternal and paternal hablo group?
Hey, brother, I wouldn't even be no. I don't know what that is, so I wouldn't know how to answer your question. Can you
You ain't never
explain what
took
it
a
is?
DNA test?
Huh?
You ever took a DNA test?
No, I haven't taken a DNA test, but when my family takes it, they come out like 45 like native and like 55 European, or they come out like 55 native and 45 like a European, you know?
Yeah.
That's how
What
it comes out. That's how we come out.
y'all got the Spanish relatives?
Yeah, we got Spanish relatives.
Mhm.
We're Latinos. We're Latins.
Yeah, I know.
We're yeah, we are how do I say? Like I see myself, man, as the real white folk. You get what I'm saying? Like
The real white folks. That what you say?
yeah. Yeah, can I explain that or
What
what?
you mean by that? What you mean by the real white folks?
Like if I tell you brothers, like I don't know how good you guys are with history, but like I
You can't
understand that
be
like
white.
the people huh?
You can't be white.
No, no, but listen this. It's just maybe you guys understand it, you know? But you know when those people came to Europe, they came to Europe. You get what I'm saying? And my people were already there. And then now these people claim to be the Europeans,
Hold
but
on,
they
time out.
arrived.
Pause. You confusing the fuck out of me.
I
You
swear
get
he
what I'm
is.
saying?
No.
You
Nah,
get what I'm
hell
saying or
no, I
nah?
don't get no shit like that. Cut your camera on, bro. Let us see your
Watch
face.
this. Oh well, I look Muslim, but let me turn
Cut your
on my
camera
light and
on,
stuff.
bro.
I'm going to the shower. I'm in my room. I turn my light on. I'm conquistador, man.
Yeah,
Let me turn my
you
light
ain't
on.
no
Conquistador.
Yeah, it's
You
cause
got
I'm about to
Nina.
lift
You got
weights too.
Nina in the chat like, yo, he tripping. Nina said you bugging.
Why? I'm conquistador, man. Look at me.
Oh man, yeah, you a white boy.
Yeah, I'm the real European. I'm Iberian.
Yeah, you Iberian.
Yeah,
You
that's
ain't
okay.
Native
So,
American.
huh?
She said, "Poppy, Latin is Italian origin." She talking
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shit.
The original Italians before they were English or
You can't
Greek. They
talk
were
like that.
Latins too.
They gonna be in yo find you on social media.
Who? Huh?
I'm talking to Nina since she can't
Yeah,
talk. She better chat them
but okay.
emotions.
But anyways, look at Like there was already people like me before those people came on the
Man, you
boats.
was Harry Potter, bro.
Huh?
You Harry Potter.
Now I'm a fucking wizard.
Yeah,
They
what's
look
up?
Irish,
Call me a fucking wizard.
like an Irish and a Scottish blend.
No, it's because the
You know,
gym,
like Conor
the
McGregor.
clothes. Yeah, no, it's not even. No, it that's not me. They aren't me. They're different.
So what y'all was doing in Europe when them people showed up? And you talk when you say them people, you talking about the people who we know as white people?
Oh, it froze.
Wow.
Man, I ain't listening to that shit.
The conquistador.
Yeah, bro, I ain't going on that shit. You part of the reason niggas is in this bullshit. One half of the nigga family.
Shit, I wanted to hear the story because shit, they sound just
I ain't,
delusional.
I ain't trying to hear none of that shit, bro.
They say we the real white people. What he say? How he said that shit?
He said, bro, when he said he the real white people, bro, that's, man, I ain't,
Damn, he fucked me up with that one. I'm like, wait a minute.
that man say he the real white people, bro. I'm trolling, bro. That man thought we were copper color. How the fuck this motherfucker get the idea that we copper color? We bang on that shit every day. Bro, you gotta catch up. And then the bar reloaded, that little mixed motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker pale skin. That motherfucker look almost like white recessive gene having ass. You wanna try to take shots at somebody. Oh shit, this
Well,
nigga
he in
back.
the chat.
What's up, Draco?
Well,
Where you
the
at?
original white man just left from up here, boy.
Nah, he back. He in the back.
Oh, he in the back.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to see what Draco talking about. Hey, Draco. Draco that fell off. I know this nigga still ain't up. Yeah, what's up, original white man?
What's up with it? What's up with it? Hey, why'd you kick me off, man? And it don't shit about while I'm not on that's fucking white devil shit.
Original white man. Where you from, original white man?
Go.
You from where? Your shit fucking up, original white man. You gotta go. Riley Lee, what you doing? Typing, bro?
Nah,
What's all that
you hear
noise?
like a
Your
popping
headset?
noise?
Yeah. What you got your headset on or something?
Hell yeah, but shit, let me drop out and come back in. That might be doing it.
Hey, Vyasa. That man said he the original white man. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Yeah, that's mad wild. He didn't even denounce being Roman Italian. I wonder what brought him here.
I don't know what brought him here. I think he was trying to claim he was Native American, but that motherfucker is a conquistador. He ain't no motherfucking Native American.
I ain't lying.
He ain't even that. He'd be like a bishop or
That's what he
whatever the
is,
hell
bro.
went on.
His people was the ones kidnapping motherfuckers, bringing their ass back and
Yeah, yeah.
Conquistadors had motherfucking Africans on them ships.
That's why he was saying he the original white man.
So he the reason niggas is over here, bro.
He was trying to explain to us how, nigga, they started this bowdy shit.
Yeah, okay.
And the English, the other white man just took over.
He says I'm mestizo. You ain't mestizo, bro. You was a goddamn white man.
I ain't lying. That nigga look like a Viking. I'm here, motherfucking.
Dude, he definitely look like a Viking.
Yeah.
That's for sure. That nigga definitely a Viking, bro.
I wouldn't have never thought he was Mexican.
Nah, hell no. Mexicans don't think he Mexican. Shit. I'm not and I'm with him. Shit. He ain't Mexican. That's why I asked him what the Hablo group is. What the hell type? Show me. You have to show me, player. Got to show me, bro. I don't believe I don't believe none of that.
Man, they don't believe that DNA real. I don't even understand how they can fix their lips to say it ain't real and then turn around and believe, you know what I'm saying, the goddamn courts can tell you who the father and who ain't. It's the same shit.
They say it's two different tests, though, bro. You tripping. They say it's two different tests, bro.
Yeah, they say a lot of shit. That be the problem. But they'll argue when they think it support they point. Like how the Dociana did with the Lucky debate.
Dulcinea?
Yeah, with the AOO argument. You know, they try to argue that like it's indigenous to America, and it's still a Hablu group that none of them got.
Yeah, it ain't indigenous to America because that shit definitely in Cameroon.
Yeah, with all the evidence that says that, they still argue.
All they said we helped kill the natives. No, the fuck we didn't. Your ancestors helped you kill the motherfucking natives. Your half and half ass. Y'all motherfuckers carry the diseases, you conquistador.
Facts that wiped out hundreds of millions of them damn people. But these niggas don't believe that that disease stuff real. That's why they don't talk about it. They don't believe smallpox ever existed.
Shit, the conquistador had it. You know what? He said
I
he
think
was.
V Note was
He said
was
he
over
was
there
seized
arguing
on.
to itself about it.
You still be listening to that nigga?
I be fucking with V Note, man. V Note funny as hell, man. I'm talking about straight up comedy, dog. That nigga, I have you rolling the whole. Well, he had me rolling the whole ride. Sometimes I'll just be laughing, like, yo, for this nigga to argue this shit is hilarious. I might join him sometimes and talk to him and argue with him. That nigga crazy, man. Well, he was over there arguing them numbers, talking about this shit ain't adding up. They talking 90 million people died. Where the mass graves at? We should find mass graves. Nigga, shut up.
It is mass graves. You talking about these Native Americans dying? It's definitely mass graves. It's stupid. Man, hold on. Let me hit this nigga chill up, man. Chill tripping, bro.
Damn, I'm trying to think of what that fool told me
Hey, yo,
last
Jose,
night.
I kicked you out again because your shit fucked up, bro. You came in with your camera on, your audio's fucked up, all that. The Spanish did not free Africans, bro. And I can't let you back on the panel because you said that dumb shit. The Spanish enslaved and brought Africans to the Americas, bro. Yeah, you want to talk about some later on shit in Florida? I can't give you that. You still was enslaving motherfuckers and bringing them into the Caribbeans and South America. Your ancestors was the first enslavers. That's how you a mestizo, bro. Because half of your family fucked up. And it ain't my fault. It's your fault, bro. Half your family fucked up, man. It's a goddamn shame. No, I'm supposed to work tomorrow. Tomorrow this motherfucking fucking child. Man, Robert Lee, what you doing, bro? Smacking on, bro.
What it is?
You eating?
My shit still making a noise?
No, you sitting over there eating, nigga. We can hear you.
Goddamn, Sean, I can't eat. I'm hungry, man.
But
I've been
you,
sitting in this goddamn seat for hours.
man, your shit wasn't making no noise. It was you the whole time eating. All that snack crackling popping ass shit.
All right, man. I'm putting it down. God dang.
Nah, bro. We want you to eat, bro. But you could have muted it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying. Your mic was hot, bro. But you still act like
It
you
was a
act like
honey bun. It was
yeah.
one of them honey buns with the white glaze on it. I got out the damn machine. The mother cost me $2.
White glaze is crazy.
I mean, shit. I was looking for stuff. I had a sweet tooth. God damn it! I felt like I needed something sweet. I was looking for a Sunkist soda, but y'all don't sell this shit around the world. This shit only sold in the poor neighborhoods of South Carolina.
Bro. White glaze is crazy, bro. Pause.
Man, cut it out. You know them
True.
honey buns I'm talking about. I don't really care for them, but with the white icing,
I know what you're
you
talking
know the
about.
ones I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
See, I be looking for the shit to say Lil Debbie. These shits be saying some other shit. I be scared to get them.
Man, how are you running from the David, bro?
You say why I'm running from it?
Yeah, what Lil Debbie do to you?
Nah, I be running to it. Cause that's what I'm normally seeing like where I'm from, that's the brand, you know what I'm saying, we always get. And I be going other places, I be seeing some other shit. I be like, what the fuck is this shit? I can't get jiggy with this shit.
That man said he can't get jiggy with it. Finish her off. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I'm about to damn call it tonight. Hell, I saw you live. I watched a little bit of it when you were talking about the debate. Then I got a phone call, but I saw you still live. I said, man, let me come join. I ain't joining in a minute.
Yeah, I already know. But shit, I'm gonna end it bit anyway, man. You know what I mean? I gotta get up early in the morning. I got hella business like G's. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
And my laptop finna die on purpose. Cause I done took the plug out of that bit to give me a timer to let me know I need to get my ass up off of here. But unless my day approved tomorrow, man, I might be live tomorrow. Unless I get my day approved, my last day of the year. And then I might be live tomorrow. If I don't get it approved, then I'll be at work. It'll be later on at night before the New Year's shit kick off. So yeah, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. It's your boy Sean P, and the place to be with Robert Lee and Vyasa. You You know what I'm saying? Who is Uno Singh? Yo, Uno Singh, is that you? What's the white boy name? We was just on here, the Conquistador. The Conquistador.
Yeah, put his name.
Ain't nobody scared of you, bro. We just ain't finna have no conversation with you. Cause you're really the ops. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
You're really the ops, bro. I don't even play them type of games, bro. I'm trying to correct my people that look like me that's claiming the fake shit. You know what I'm saying? The Conquistadors is the ops all the way.
All the way.
Y'all part of the problem because y'all could have wrote in y'all goddamn journals and just told these niggas that they asses wasn't even here. And just, you know what I mean, just kept it like that. Instead, y'all left it where you left the door open not knowing that niggas is that stupid enough to claim that bullshit. But yeah, man, I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. Appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Make sure you like the show, share the show, tell a friend we was live. Appreciate y'all tapping in, man. All right, Robert Lee.
All right, bro.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.